Lights they flicker and the candles glitter like you're in a thriller. Heart goes pum pum pum. Ghostly figures they can get so bitter. Sure you want to until you can turn back to. You don't know where I've been. What's going on inside? Where the monsters like to come alive, come alive. Do you really wanna know me? I'm really not that cozy. It's up to you, so you decide, you decide. Would you love me up my words till the coffin's in the dirt? Try to break me like a curse, you know that will never work. I'm a little bit absurd. I like dancing on the verge. Anyone can love a pretty little mansion, but could you love a haunted, haunted house? Or could you love me now? A haunted, haunted. I'm a haunted house. A haunted, haunted house. If you're just take it out. A haunted, haunted. I'm a haunted house. Broken windows and a warning scribbled on my wall saying that you better turn around. Wouldn't be the first to try to burn me down. Your move, you too. Would you love me up my words till the coffin's in the dirt? Try to break me like a curse, you know that will never work. I'm a little bit absurd. I like dancing on the verge. Anyone can love a pretty little mansion, but could you love a haunted, haunted house? Or could you love me now? A haunted, haunted. I'm a haunted house. A haunted, haunted house. If you'll just take it out. A haunted, haunted. I'm a haunted house. Could you love a haunted, haunted house? Or could you love me now? A haunted, haunted. I'm a haunted house. A haunted, haunted house. Not just take it out. A haunted, haunted. I'm a haunted house. Words till the coffin's in the dirt. Anyone can love a pretty little mansion.
Well, hello, hello, hello. Hello, Tammy. How are you doing?
Hello, how are you?
I am good. Trying to get both of us on the screen together. There we go. I've been playing backstage, getting booted off panel already. It's been wonderful.
And it's just starting.
That's right. Here we go. And I see Eve and Mona and Diane. Hello, you beautiful people. And Detroit. Making sure I didn't miss anybody. How's everybody doing? Eve, I threw you a wrench. If you don't want it, you can throw it back at me. Just don't throw it too hard. But you're a good moderator, so I would be honored.
Moderator, yes,
absolutely. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we're live late, very late. So we'll see how long we can keep Tammy on here tonight. And we're not discussing Summer's case tonight. We were supposed to do that last night, but if you saw my community post about my granddaughter, yesterday was very stressful because of. So my anxiety got the best of me last night and I couldn't do it. So I do apologize, but we will resume, tentatively speaking, knock on wood, next Friday night, Summer Wells Timeline Part 5. I already have everything ready to go. But tonight I have to do this. I saw that Samantha on Missing PNW Crime Channel interviewed one of the suspect's girlfriends in Michael Vaughan's case. And I watched a little bit. I came in at the end and I was like, oh, snap, I got to rewind. And they were like, oh, yeah, you definitely got to rewind. And so I was like, okay, let me rewind. So I started listening to it and I was like, oh, my goodness, we need to go live and just talk about this. Because this chick. So this chick has been with Brandon Shurtliff. Brandon is one of the 4 suspects in Michael Monkey Vaughan's case. Let me see. You saw that in the missing video when you came in. That was the little trailer. And that is our monkey. Let me see. Do I have his? I know that Nightbot will drop it in the chat. Let me do it that way. So I can pull it up on the screen real quick and show you. Just in case. Let's see. Who knows about Monkey Michael Vaughan? Is Nightbot asleep? There it is. Thank you. If Taylor was here, Taylor would be kicking Nightbot's butt for me. You guys do. Awesome. Okay. I'm going to pull this up here. So I need to screenshot it and pull it up. So Monkey was abducted on July 27th, 2021. So just over a month after summer. And I feel like Monkey was kind of lost because we were so engorged in Summer's case. And I came into Monkey's case very late, but I dove like headfirst into his case. That was right around the time that Stacey Wondra was doing his panel hopping and he became a panel hopping whore. Okay. Like, I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. That MFer was on everybody's panel. He thought he was going to get paid no matter where he went. People would send him money for food or, whatever. And then he would text them and be like, I need more money. No. Who are you? You're a suspect in a case. Like, no, sir. Sorry.
He actually wanted to be paid to tell his story.
Yeah. And he wasn't shy about it. And like he went on Justin's panel and when Justin told him no, that he wasn't going to send him any more money, he started calling Justin derogatory names. Yeah. Like it went real bad. The thing about Stacey was he never told the truth ever. And he never told the same story twice. Never. So I'm trying to pull Canva up here so I can share the picture, and it's not wanting to let me do it. Canva didn't want to load earlier either. So let me try it one more time. There we go. No. Close that out. There we go. Excuse me. Swallowing wrong here. So on the thumbnail, we'll pull that up. I'm going to share this tab and pop it up here on the stage. And I know it's small. I'm sorry. I'm going to try to make it bigger here. So, not that big. So this is the thumbnail here. And these are the 4 suspects up here in the corner. Can you see it okay?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay. So this is Sarah Wondra. Oh, Diane, that is an understatement. He lies big time. Absolutely. I swear. I have a few different videos that I've made on him. This is Stacey down here. This is who we're discussing. This, I'm gonna be nice. This person is who we're talking about down here.
They're
So
all not in jail though now, are they?
no, Sarah and Stacey are both in jail.
Okay.
And Adrian and Brandon are not in jail. So Sarah's in jail on they're both not in jail regarding Monkey's case. They're both in jail for other charges that they had. Sarah attacked a guy that was living with them or that they were friends with. I'm not 100% detailed on both of their charges, but I know it has something to do with that. And then Stacey, he's in jail because he just can't keep himself out of jail. So he was out on probation or something, and he messed up again and got put back in, and then he got out, and then he got put back in again, and now he's in until like the end of the year or at least a year or something. Like he's in there for a little while now. And Sarah's been in. So the benefit of Stacey being out was when he got out, he wanted, or when he was in jail, he tried to talk to law enforcement and be like, look, okay, here's what I know about Monkey. Okay. He usually called him that kid, but I refer to him as Monkey.
Right.
So he said what happened. He told Chris McDonough was actually there working the case with Fruitland police in Idaho. And he said that Monkey was buried in their backyard. So law enforcement completely excavated their entire backyard. Now, they live just blocks away from the Vaughans. So Brandi and Tyler, Monkey's mommy and daddy, are sitting there in their living room, hearing all of these dump trucks driving past their house full of dirt from this backyard, wondering if their son is going to be found in that backyard all day long. Hi, Casey. Welcome, welcome. So they didn't find him, but they did find that every single dog, not just one or two, but every single dog that they had in that backyard on that property hit on human remains in the backyard. So Monkey was buried there. So what I think happened is Sarah and Brandon. So when Sarah was out of jail and Stacey was in jail, I think that Sarah said, hey, Brandon, we got to move this. I think he's in a duffel bag. We have to move this duffel bag out of the backyard because Stacey's going to rat on us. He's too weak because Stacey's a bitch boy. And he's going to rat on us because he's going to want a deal. He's not going to want to spend the rest of his life in prison. So he's going to make a deal. So we got to move him. And Brandon said, okay.
Yeah.
So they dug him up and moved him. But where? Now that's the question. My concern is Brandon's family owns a green cemetery. Have you ever heard of that?
A grain cemetery?
Green, like the color green.
Okay.
Okay, so it's basically where they don't preserve the corpse.
Right.
They don't put them in a casket. They don't encase them inside of any protection.
Okay.
They let them go back into the earth.
Okay.
There's not markers. They don't have tombstones. There was somebody who was out there recently. I can't remember who. I was talking to her in chat and she said, oh, it was the woman that she let Stacey move into a room in her house for 1 week. 1 week.
1 week?
1 week. She didn't know who he was.
Okay.
And when she found out who he was, It had already been almost a week. And he had cost her so much money and destroyed that room in 1 week because he's a slob. I call him Slobby Stacey.
Wow.
But she had said that she went to that cemetery and they were closed. And she said that there was a like a chain at the entrance up and it was blocking, so you couldn't drive in. And I was like, well, that's kind of rude, like if
Yeah.
you, and because I guess that they bury dogs there also. So if you have family members or pets there, that's still their final resting place, regardless if they're going back into Mother Nature or not. So like people should still be able to visit if they want. But she said that there were markers, that people did put up some type of marker, like they would have a wooden cross or like a stone on the ground or something, but there was no like plot grid or whatever, like there
Oh,
was no
yeah.
map. So
Yeah.
if people were buried, you had no idea where they were buried unless you were there, when it happened.
Right.
So, my concern is if they took Monkey and put him there, I mean, how would they find him?
Yeah.
Like I think that would be
Especially a place like that because you can't take a cadaver dog there because there's there's other people there. So
right,
you can't take a cadaver dog just for that,
right,
for that
exactly.
reason. Yeah.
And you can't tell who was buried last,
Right.
or who was buried around that time, or
Mhm.
Hey, Mr. J. Now, Eve, okay, so if we go back to earlier in the day, from what Stacey had said, I made a video and I showed, let me see if I can pull that up here real quick. I'm afraid to open too many tabs, but I'm pushing it right now. I made a video to show how many times Stacey changed his story and how many times he changed the time frame of the story. So in that video, I kind of give my assumption of what I think happened. And let me see. Okay, so this one might be easier to just show this real quick. Let me see if this is the right one. Okay, so let's do that. Let's go here.
High seclusion
And
part.
hi, seclusion. You just woke up. Well, you woke up just in time, girl.
Hmm.
Okay, so this isn't the video that I was talking about, but this is a 8-minute video where I share my theory using the timeline and facts along with Stacey's interviews to come up with my theory. So we'll run through this real quick. And I also show the flyer about Monkey. So like I said, he was last seen July 27th, 2021, and he was 5 years old. He was seen around his house by neighbors in Fruitland, Idaho. His father was at home with him, and Dad went in to change the baby's diaper and order a pizza and left Monkey in the front room, and he went outside and he went to neighbor's house looking for people to play. That was the last time that he was seen. Brandi, his mama, was at work. And when Tyler, his daddy, couldn't find him, he called Brandi and 911, and Brandi arrived right after the police did. And they were searching the entire neighborhood. I mean, I don't know why, but out of all the cases that I have covered, my heart has never broken so much as it has for Brandi.
Yeah. Yep.
Hi, Grammy H, and hey, Detroit. I know how bad that hurts just from like when my daughter had my granddaughter. They went to stay with my granddaughter's father, and they were gone for a week, and I couldn't even FaceTime with them because I missed my grandbabies that much that it like broke my heart. It made me cry anytime I would see her face because she was only like 2 months old, and my daughter would call me on FaceTime and turn the phone and aim it at my granddaughter, and as soon as she saw my face, she would smile, and I would lose my shit. And, like my heart just ached because I couldn't hold her. I couldn't hug her. I couldn't kiss her. And I knew she was coming home. So I can't imagine Brandi going through something even worse than, like not knowing if he's coming home. And then I think now she's, accepted that he's no longer living and she just wants him home. Like she's still missing him on top of knowing that he's not living. And it just kills me. I just couldn't imagine.
Yeah.
On top of she's going through medical issues right now. She's having liver failure and needs a liver transplant. And, I just couldn't imagine. So my heart has always been like, as soon as I heard Monkey's story and as soon as I saw Brandi speak, I knew, one, that family was telling the truth. I didn't have any suspicious feelings or vibes or anything from her or from Tyler. Chris McDonough did interviews with them both and with Tyler's father also, because I think he was living there too. There were no suspicious feelings whatsoever. And then the next closest that I have, hey Sarah, the next closest that I have would be relating to Seth. Because Sebastian Rogers is Seth's only child. And when he talks, I can feel that same pain. And out of all the cases I've covered, those were like the main two. Now, Cherie, Desiree Thompson's mom, Cherie Smith, I spoke to her one-on-one, and her daughter had been missing for almost 10 years, and she had 3 children of her own. And my heart went to Cherie, like I wanted to do everything in my power to help Cherie. And crazy enough, that was one of my very first cases that I had covered that I had validation from, because they ended up finding Desiree, thank God. And she was able to be laid to rest. And Cherie got answers, and justice is coming. I need to check back in to see if that Laura asshole has gone to trial yet. So those are just a little tidbit. Sorry, squirrel for a minute, but like those are the 3 parents that I feel like I had no questions with. Like I know they're not involved. I don't even need to think about that. Right? I'm glad you guys agree. Right, Mr. J? Brandi has no idea how inspiring she is. She has no idea, because when I feel like I'm stressed out, when I feel like I'm at my weakest moment, her face pops into my mind. And she just inspires me. So that evening, what I think happened was while they were searching the neighborhood, what I'm about to show you in this video is what was going on with the 3 of the 4 suspects and Monkey.
The attorney was not present. Listen to my words.
Okay.
And I did that. My lawyer was present with me. There was no dig holes. My dog Oakley, it was a digger, but she dug right when you walked out the front patio where the dead spot is where the barbecue was.
Mm-hmm. Now,
dead because we had 2 barbecues at the time, and one was sitting on the grass.
One of the things, when you offered a deal, like a cooperation deal?
Hold on, I forgot I have it sped up a little bit. Oh, no, I don't. I recorded it sped up a little bit. I'm going to slow it down just for a second because I want you to hear all of his words on normal speed.
They offered this before they dug the yard, and they said that they would give me a 15 plus 7, but in the condition that I would tell them where the body is. And I said, I don't know where the body is.
Currently, or you did in the past?
I have never known where the body is.
right, and you're right. But the problem is, what you told them is what they have evidence that there was someone in the backyard.
Okay, but they did not specify where the dogs hit. They said they hit in the backyard. I told them where he was buried, which was directly across. When you walk out the back patio door, it was directly straight across, right in the middle of the fence, in the middle of the yard. They didn't specify where he was hit. They said that they dug by the shed, and that the dogs had hit around the shed area.
So the little piece that I put on the screen there is from a news article, and it says more than a month later, on January 26th, Fruitland police provided a slight update on their Facebook page. They wrote, police, quote, recovered several pieces of evidence, end quote, at the Wondra's home. Now, this nasty slobby MFer is trying to say, well, I told him to dig here, and hey, Ta, and the dogs hit over here, so I told him the wrong spot. So I was lying to them. That's what he wants you to believe. Now, when I made this video, we had not seen the body cam footage that we have seen recently. And everything that he said in every interview on YouTube does not match up to anything that he told police.
Right.
And I think he told police a little bit of truth.
Yeah.
Did you see that body cam footage?
I did see that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was really trying to make that deal. And so he did tell a little bit of truth in there. He is a creep. Yes, I just got total body goosebumps when I said that. That's why I made that noise.
I was hoping he would tell a little bit more, because it wasn't it like 2 different or 3 different times that they interviewed him.
I think they've talked to him. Well, according to him in this interview with Josh and Justin, he said that they interviewed him. The reason why he lied was because they were pressuring him and kept asking him questions. And it was like 3 days in a row for like 4 or 5 hours each time. And he was just so stressed out about it. Are you kidding me? What do you think Brandi Neal is sitting there doing? You think she's not stressed out?
Mm-hmm.
Like, fuck you, you whiny ass little bitch boy. Sit there. Boo fucking who? I have no patience for him. I'm sorry. That's why I said I'm not going to be nice when I review Brandon's girlfriend's interview, because from what I heard her say, I'm sorry, but I'm not believing her either. I mean, I believe
the interview.
I listened to a little bit of it of the beginning, and then that's when I was like, I want to go live and review it live with you guys. But the little bit that I heard, it's like she's buying every word that Brandon has told her, but it's not the same as what Brandon has told other people. And she had a knock on her door from Fruitland police.
Yeah.
Or from Idaho police. offering Brandon a plea deal.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to hear all those details. That was like the big bombshell. Wait until you
Okay.
hear. Whew. Okay.
That's what I've been told. I know, and if you read their report, or you probably can pull it up, she literally, I don't know if it's accessible or not, but I know for a fact that when I gave them that location, they literally, I watched it on video when they were digging at that spot. Detective was on the phone with me.
Mm-hmm.
They dug nothing up. The dogs did not hit in that spot. I watched them.
Mm-hmm.
But you said that he was in the yard.
I said he was in that direct spot, but he was never there. Clearly,
He was in that yard somewhere at one point.
somewhere. Probably, I don't know.
He
I
probably was.
don't have knowledge of it.
Well,
Liar.
you didn't pull that out of thin air. Maybe
Yes, I
Adrian
did.
told you. Maybe
Yes, I
Sarah told you. Maybe Brandon
No.
told you.
This is exactly why it's hard for me to do these lies, because people are gonna try to judge me and say that I literally didn't. I had something to do with it.
I'm going to try my best to wrap this into a nice little bow now. I started this video of this huge puzzle that I feel like I was able to piece together. This is the scenario that I picture happening. I believe when Sarah Wondra got arrested on April 13th, 2022 for the assault and battery situation with Tanner, that she slipped up and let something out about Michael Joseph Vaughan, also known as Monkey. I'm guessing law enforcement saw how nervous Sarah was acting during the interrogation and knew that she was hiding something, so they probably used reverse psychology on her. They probably told her if she snitched on Stacey Wondra that she'd get a good reference from them to the DA, saying how helpful she was and she cooperated. Sarah doesn't want to sit in prison, so I think she started snitching. She probably started out with Stacey selling his gun because that wouldn't be on her hands. Law enforcement took that and checked it out, finding out that it was true. This next part, I think there could be an either or situation. One possibility is Sarah stopped there and law enforcement asked if they could download data and pictures from her phone as evidence in her assault and battery case, because maybe she said that she was in fear of Tanner because of threats that he had made. Or maybe they asked for the phones to verify the gun story, because we know that Stacey had pictures of that AR and a scope on his phone. Or maybe Sarah snitched on Stacey for hurting Monkey, like she said later in November. So one way or another, law enforcement gets Stacey's and Sarah's phones. I believe while they had the phones, they found the collection of pictures that you saw on Stacey's camera reel. Plus, who knows what else? All of the information from their phones gave law enforcement enough evidence to get polygraphs done on May 19th, 2022 for Stacey Wondra, Sarah Wondra, and Brandon Shurtliff. It probably made it easier that Stacey was in jail facing the felony gun charges. I believe when law enforcement got their phones, they found the evidence that made Stacey, Sarah, Brandon, and Adrian the four main suspects in Monkey's case. Law enforcement allegedly used the evidence from the phones and whatever else that Sarah told them. And okay, so right here, this is Sarah got arrested on April 13th, 2022, and Stacey was still out. He was free. Okay, and then on May 6th, 2022, that's when Stacey got arrested. On May 19th, they both took polygraph test. In July of 2022, Sarah was released. But
And she's
Stacey
been
was
arrested
still,
since then, again.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she got arrested again in November. So she was out of jail in August, September, and October. And that's when I think she said, "Oh, Brandon,
Mm-hmm.
come and try to get me pregnant. And hey, can you move this kid out of my backyard for me too, please?" And he said, "Okay."
Do you think the neighbors know something?
No, I don't. I saw Grammy said that, yeah. In seclusion, you're getting the right vibes, girl, okay? You got the vibes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that the neighbors have anything to do with it, just because I feel like they were, well, one, I didn't get that feeling, going just on my intuition. But 2, it seems like they were very open and helpful with law enforcement. I didn't like, however, when the neighbor did the male, I can't remember their names, but when he did an interview, I think with JLR, and he kept trying to lessen his involvement with the Wondras, which I understand.
Yeah.
I wouldn't admit to being friends with them either. I mean,
Yeah.
but it was like he was trying to push himself away a little too much, in my opinion.
Yeah. Distance
So
yourself. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So that made me a little leery, I guess. You know, it made me listen a little closer. But I still don't feel like he's in, like either one of them are involved. And I know one of them or both of them are RSOs. And I think
I
that's
was
why
gonna
people,
say. Yeah.
yeah,
I had thought they were. Yeah.
yeah. I don't feel like they were involved though. But so in November, that's when Stacey cracked. So November November 11th, 2022, that's when law enforcement had taken what Stacey had told them while he was locked up and took a warrant to the house, and they arrested Sarah for both of them. Thank you. Thank you, Grammy. Thank you, Diane. They arrested her for not telling about a homicide or a death. So when they excavated the yard on November 12th, unfortunately, when they didn't find Monkey, they had to drop those charges. And but they did it without prejudice, so they can recharge her again
Yeah. Yeah.
if need be. So, seclusion. Well, you're back inside now, all safe and sound. So yeah, so that's kind of the timeline of when I think things went down right there. You know, because obviously Stacey was a weak bitch boy, and he did crack, and he did try to get the deal, and he just told Josh and Justin they offered me a deal, and so I said, "Hey, go check my backyard."
Yeah.
He
But it
really
didn't
thought
work
Monkey
out
was
for him.
right. He really thought Monkey was there. Detroit, I don't think that now, according to Stacey, yeah, he passed with flying colors. I don't remember who he said failed, but it wasn't him, because he's honest Abe, okay?
Yeah.
He cannot tell a lie. Oh, so hard to even say that. So we don't know. Law enforcement hasn't ever come out and said if any of them passed. So we just have the word of Slobby Stacey.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately.
Which isn't very good.
Exactly. I trust the weather more than I trust Stacey.
Yeah.
Right, Casey. And when Stacey was just out of jail for the short time that he was, Samantha also had him on panel, and Brandi came up on panel and pleaded in tears to that piece of shit motherfucker, and he sat there and kept lying to her. He said, "I have already told everything I know, everything that I have said. My story has never changed, Brandi. I want to help you find Monkey too. I want to find Michael. I want him home with you." And the whole time I wanted to punch my phone screen, because that I couldn't review that one. I couldn't. I would get in trouble on YouTube. I'd lose my channel. Like, the way that he talked to her degraded her intelligence. I mean, and he didn't know that she had the body cam footage. They hadn't
Oh, okay.
released that yet. Brandi was sitting on that. So when
Yeah.
she to him with all those questions, she knew what he had told law enforcement, and he bold-faced fucking lied to her, knowing what she's going through, knowing it's been this long, and he still lied to her. All he did was show the entire world that he's a cold-hearted piece of shit.
Yeah. Did she ever say to him that she knew?
No. Nope. Because she begged him. She was like, be Monkey's hero. Be Michael's hero.
Yeah.
Bring him home. And he said, I want to be your hero, Brandi. She's like, I don't want you to be my hero. I want you to be Monkey's hero.
Right.
You know, like, oh. And she did so good. I don't know how she held her composure as well as she did. He was a beast, Diane. He was. I wish I could pin your guys' comments on my screen, but I can't because every time I try, it makes my StreamYard freeze. So, but I'm reading every comment you guys are saying. I just can't put them on the screen. And Casey, he does. He has a spot. Okay. He has a spot right there beside the devil. They're going to be fighting over that throne when he gets there. I promise you. He has no heart, and that's all he showed. He has no heart. To sit there and bold-faced lie. I have one video that shows how many times he lied. He never told the same story twice. So to get up there and lie to her and say everything I've said is the truth. I've always told the same story. As soon as he said that, I believe I yelled out loud. And I called him really bad names that I haven't said yet in this live stream. Like, it was bad. That's right, seclusion. Perfectly said. There you go. Pick your term, whichever fits best, right?
Right.
I'll choose all of the above.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm going to keep playing here. Worked Monkey's case from May to November of 2022. Now, during this time frame, Sarah was released on her assault and battery case in July, but Stacey was still incarcerated on his gun case. I believe Sarah knew law enforcement was looking at them hard, and she knew that Monkey was buried in their backyard. So while she was out of jail between July and the end of October 2022, I believe she asked Brandon Shurtliff to help her move Monkey. I believe Stacey was the weak link, the bad liar, the weak one. So Sarah and Brandon didn't tell him that they were moving Monkey. I believe by November, law enforcement had used all of the leads that they had, and they knew that they had good evidence to prove that Sarah, Stacey, Brandon, and Adrian all had something to do with Monkey's abduction, but they needed a confession, and they want to locate Monkey. So they decided to go take a harder approach with Stacey since he was still in jail. Stacey told us that he was interrogated that first part of November of 2022, and he cracked under pressure and told law enforcement that Monkey was buried in his backyard. He told them this after they offered him the deal to serve 15 plus 7. We all heard Stacey claim that he lied about Monkey being in the backyard, but every human remains dog that law enforcement had out there in that backyard hit on human remains. So right there it says, all human remain canine dogs used in the search alerted in the yard, Huff said during the press conference. Every single dog. And they also found additional evidence inside the home. So it wasn't just the dogs in the backyard. And they also found anomalies in the backyard, which, let's see, ground penetrating radar also detected anomalies in the yard. So anomalies are like basically where the ground has been recently disturbed.
Right. Yeah. But there wasn't enough to link any of that to Monkey.
Right. Unfortunately. It's so sad.
It's sad.
All right, here we go. We're almost done here. Seclusion, I don't think they said how many anomalies. They just said that they also detected anomalies. But so Stacey blamed the anomalies on his dog. He had, I think, a basset hound. And I can't remember her name. I just saw it too. If I heard it, I would know it. But anyway, he said that the dog would go dig up the yard and that's what the anomalies were from.
Okay.
Yeah. And he was right. He was surprised that Monkey wasn't there. And then he said if Monkey is not in the yard, they probably moved him to Brandon's mom's yard. And he even said where in the yard.
Did they go dig up that yard too?
No.
Oh.
No. But they did take K9 there. And according to Brandon's mom, Tina, she said that the dogs alerted at her house and told her that she had a leaky toilet.
What?
Yeah.
They're not plumbers. They're dogs.
Exactly. Thank you. Dogs don't sniff for shit.
No.
Okay. That's not why they're there. So they alerted on the outside of her house, just inside of her back fence. She has a privacy fence in the backyard.
Okay.
According to her, according to Tina, law enforcement has never said that. But I think they did take Monkey there when they kidnapped him. They left the neighborhood and went straight to Kuna. It was almost an hour drive, like 45-minute drive, something like that. I have it all in my other videos.
Yeah.
And I think that whatever happened was happening there. Now, Stacey, in his interrogation video, said that Monkey was bound in the spare bedroom at
Okay.
Tina's. Hi, Aussie.
Hi, Aussie. Good to see ya. But there's
I
no
don't-
trace of him at her house, like no kind of evidence of him at all.
Well, we don't know. Law enforcement hasn't said.
Okay.
So the only thing we know comes from Tina herself.
Yeah.
And that was the only thing that she had said was that the dog told her she had a leaky toilet.
All right then.
Yeah. And Sarah, I'm not for sure about the DNA from the dirt. I haven't heard anything about that. Yes, Detroit, from the mother's house. Yes. So Tina is Brandon Shurtliff's mother. And when the trio, Sarah, Stacey, and Brandon, left the neighborhood that evening between 6 and 6:30, which is also around the exact same time that Monkey was last seen, they left the neighborhood and went straight to Kuna, to Tina's house. They said they were going to pick up Brandon's Mercedes and tow it with a tow strap back that.
Mercedes?
Yeah. Yeah, it's an older Mercedes.
Okay.
It wasn't running. And so they were going to tow it back to the house, which they did. They did tow it back with a tow strap. And Sarah drove their truck and Brandon drove his broke down car. And the tow strap broke at one spot. And Stacey said he took a picture when they were broken down at that spot because Brandon wanted him to fix. It was an AC adapter or something like that. But he took a picture of Brandon's car for sure. But it was the VIN number. It wasn't any part under the hood.
Okay.
Yeah. And yes, Grammy, thank you. Mom was out of town. Mom was out of town for the week. And Brandon was not allowed in Mommy's house when he wasn't sick because Brandon has sticky fingers.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. So Stacey said when they got to the house that he had to pull up past the garage so that Brandon could walk up the driveway to go in the garage door, and that way the Ring camera on the front door wouldn't alert.
Oh, she had cameras.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So they snuck in the door. Now, when they got there, Stacey said during one interview, he said Sarah went inside to use the bathroom because she always has to pee. So she went in to pee when they were at the house. He stayed outside. He was outside pushing the car by himself out into the road to hook to their truck so that they could tow it back. Then he said Sarah went in and peed and came back out, got in the truck. He had already hooked the car to it, and they listened to music. They didn't talk about anything. He just blared music. That took about 10 to 15 minutes. Now, Brandon, he had a duffel bag, a black duffel bag with him, and he had his dirty clothes in it. He took it inside to throw his dirty clothes in the wash.
Okay.
But he was going to let them sit in the wash when they got done and come back the next day and put them in the dryer.
Why didn't he wash them at their house?
That's a great question. Especially since the Wondras have a laundry service company thing too.
Oh, didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
So then he changed it when he was on Hidden True Crime on their channel, and she said something about Sarah going inside, and he said Sarah never went inside their house, in Brandon's house. She stayed outside with me the whole time. And she said, well, didn't you say that Sarah went inside to pee? No, I never said that. Sarah got out and peed on the side of the road when the tow strap broke when we were on our way back to Fruitland. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, but I have the clip where he said that she did.
Right.
And I made a video about that too. So yeah. So then they hook up the car and they go back to Fruitland. And by the time they got back, it was around 10 or 11 at night. And Stacey stayed home, and Sarah and Brandon went to go help search for Michael.
What?
Yeah. Yep. Well, Grammy, the front door sits back a little bit further. I don't know if I have the picture. I think I might. Oh yeah, I do a whole drive-through here. Okay, hold on. Let's keep watching. I think you might get some of your questions answered before we end this video. Yeah, he said because he likes to do his laundry at his mommy's house. Yes, and Brandon and Sarah both inserted themselves in the search for Michael Vaughan. Absolutely. And they also had Monkey's missing flyer hanging on their refrigerator, and that was seen in Sarah's TikTok videos. Because oddly enough, after July 27th, 2021, Sarah got very religious.
Really?
Yes. And she would do a lot of religious TikTok videos.
That's scary.
And yes, he changed his clothes, and he was only in the house for 15 minutes because he wasn't going to put them in the dryer. So Sarah and Brandon went back to Kuna the next day for Brandon to put his clothes in the dryer, and that was it. That's what Stacey said.
That makes no sense.
I'm telling you, nothing that he said was the truth. Nothing. I mean, other than him, even him stopping to get food that day, I don't believe him. Where he said he stopped, I don't believe that's where he stopped. I believe that he ate because he's not missing a meal.
I was going to say, it don't look like it.
Right. So I know he ate, but I don't believe that he stopped where he said he stopped. One, he gave 2 different places in 2 different cities. 2, I pulled up the location where he said and looked at the brick because he took a selfie while he was allegedly in the drive-thru. And the
Why would
brick
you take a selfie in the drive-thru?
to show his wife that's where he was. She thought he
Okay.
was cheating on her because everybody wants slobby Stacey.
Uh,
Even though she's the one that's boinking every male that lives in the house. Brandon was trying to get her pregnant because Stacey can't. And she was boinking with Adrian. And she was boinking with any boinker that came in the house.
oh my gosh.
Yeah.
She doesn't need children.
She had one.
Oh.
She gave up for adoption before she met slobby Stacey. Ooh. Yeah, Stacey changed. Well, he put the profile picture on Facebook that everybody was putting as their profile picture in trying to spread awareness about Monkey. Stacey did that. And he also, in his camera reel, earlier I was talking about his camera reel. So he did a screen recording to try to prove that they had stopped at that location. So he was doing a screen recording saying, look, here's the picture, here's the time and date. Well, his dingbat butt scrolled through his entire phone reel and you could see all of his pictures. Like, all we had to do was slow it down. That's how we knew he had pictures of firearms on there and the scopes and where they traveled. Like, they went on vacation shortly after. They went to Texas. They got stuck in mud. There was a whole story was inside of those pictures that he shared by accident.
Nice.
Yeah. And he screenshot Monkey's picture, and he also had a picture of Tina's house that was side by side with Monkey's flyer.
Now, why would he do that?
Right? Very good question.
Mhm.
I showed that back here. Right here. Let's see, we're at 521. Right here. See, this is her house down here.
Yeah.
In this tiny corner. This is Monkey's flyer up here.
Mhm.
And then this is the picture that they had on Facebook. Saturday, July 31st, 2021. He is definitely not a smooth criminal.
Yeah.
All right, let's go back here. And we're going to play it some more. Yeah, she had a daughter. She gave up for adoption. I don't know how old the daughter would be today, but I know it was before she met slobby Stacey. Because slobby Stacey can't have kids because he got kicked in the nuts or something by a bull, according to Brandon.
Ugh.
I know, TMI, right? Like, I don't care anything about your squirrel nuts, okay?
Well, that's probably a good thing that he can't.
Exactly. None of them need to reproduce. Unfortunately, they all have daughters except for Stacey. Adrian has a daughter. Brandon has a daughter. Sarah had a daughter.
Ugh.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. On human remains. And that was after Stacey had told them to search the yard. That means that Stacey was most likely trying to make that deal that law enforcement offered. And he's lying on all of his YouTube interviews. When law enforcement went to search the backyard, they arrested Sarah for not telling them about Monkey in the yard. The part Stacey wasn't expecting was law enforcement told him that Monkey was not in his backyard. The jail even allowed Stacey to video chat with law enforcement while they were in his backyard. We heard that. I played that clip in this video. So there went that deal. That was a huge hit for law enforcement, I'm sure, since not only did they not find Monkey, but they had to drop the charges on Sarah too. Even though Sarah rambled to law enforcement about the Most High God telling her that Stacey killed Monkey and buried him in their yard, but she also blamed Adrian Lucian and said Monkey was buried in the neighbor's yard too. So if my theory is right, and Sarah and Brandon moved Monkey while she was out of jail in between July and the end of October of 2022, Stacey probably doesn't know where Monkey is today. Now, before I end this video, I want to run through my whole theory from the beginning super fast. Now, this is a trigger warning, and I'm going to catch you up to where I started this section of this video. Okay, so now this is my breakdown, and this is the route that they traveled, and this is a collection of things that Stacey said, law enforcement said, and things that I had learned about the case. And that's how I came to this deduction, along with my intuition, because I did do a little bit of intuitive stuff also. And so that's how all of this is combined. Okay. Is it too fast? Do I need to slow it down?
Not for me.
Hey, Jacqueline. How you doing? Right, Casey? Whew. Okay, here we go. Oh, trigger warning. Okay, trigger warning. I believe that Stacey, Sarah, and Brandon were driving down 8th Street by Monkeys and saw him outside alone on Tuesday, July 27th, 2021, between 6:45 p.m. and 7 p.m. I believe that they grabbed Monkey and they left the neighborhood. I believe that something horrific happened to Monkey between Fruitland and Kuna, and he was placed in Brandon's duffel bag. I believe they went to Kuna, to Tina's, Brandon's mom's house. I believe they all went through the gate on the right side of the house. I believe the duffel bag... Okay, wait, let me go back. See, I think I need to slow it down a little bit. So here's the front of their house. Brandon's mom's house. I believe they all went through. Okay, so he pulled over in that red truck. That was his truck that he was driving at the time, or that Sarah was driving at the time. They pulled over to the right side over here, close to this big blue house over here. And that way Brandon could walk up the yard right here to the fence and see the front door is set far back.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's, the camera can't see past the edge of the garage right there. So he knew the blind spots. And that's what he took advantage of.
Yeah.
So then I go to the overhead shot of the house, which is what pops up on the left side of the screen and then the right side of the screen, because I show where I think that he set the duffel bag when they went inside of the fence. And I think they all three went inside.
No doubt. Yeah.
Okay, here we go. The gate on the right side of the house. I believe the duffel bag was set on the side of the house outside. I believe that Brandon had to change his clothes, and he put his dirty clothes in the duffel bag with Monkey. I believe the Three Stooges left Kuna without that duffel bag because they knew that Tina wouldn't be home because she was on a trip in Arizona. I believe that they did tow Brandon's Mercedes-Benz back to Fruitland. I believe they got home between 10:45 and 11:15 p.m. And Stacey stayed home because he is the bad liar, the weak link. And Sarah and Brandon told him to stay home. Sarah and Brandon played the part of the concerned neighbors and inserted themselves into the case by helping search for the innocent, sweet little boy that they had just left in Kuna. I believe before Tina got home from Arizona, but after the main ground searches had spread out in Fruitland, the Three Stooges brought Monkey back to Fruitland to... Okay, so this map, the red dot up here at the top is the Wondra's house. The blue dot down here is the Vaughan's house. So they left... Can you see my mouse on the screen?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay, so they left the red dot here and they went down this way, all the way out of the neighborhood, this little section of their neighborhood, out here, and then stopped right here at the corner of 8th and Arizona. That's where I think they picked Monkey up, and then they drove out of the neighborhood on this road here. So when the dump trucks were driving in and out of the neighborhood, that's the same route they also took. So the Vaughans are sitting right here, hearing those dump trucks go up and down this road. hearing the excavation equipment because they're only 3 blocks, 3.5 blocks away.
Yeah.
Yes, I can make it bigger. Okay, so the red dot up here is the Wondra's house, and the blue dot is the Vaughn's house. They went down this road, turned right, down this road, turned right again, out the neighborhood, and stopped right here at this corner, which is right around the last place that the last neighbor who saw a monkey. He was right around the corner from his own house. And then this is the road that goes out the neighborhood. Well, seclusion, I'm not 100% sure because I think that's what it was. I think it was some type of sick fantasy. And I won't go into any more detail than that, but people had assumed that maybe it was because Sarah wanted a child so bad with Stacey.
Yeah.
And she wasn't getting pregnant, so they, people had assumed that maybe they kidnapped him to be their own. But they live right there. I mean, it's not like people wouldn't see him or something.
Right.
And how weird that Stacey went to the water park for kids. And yes, okay, Casey. So the splash pad is this green dot over here to the right. So he was leaving the home earlier that day, though. It was not around the 6 to 7 o'clock hour. He was leaving by himself because they owned a taxi service. He had a taxi run that he took because Sarah said she couldn't take it because she was in another city with Adrian and Brandon, taking Adrian to see his daughter and her mother. So Stacey was home, so Stacey took the taxi drive. So he left in the car and he was driving down 8th Street. This road right here is 8th Street. And he said that he dropped his shoe and pulled over into the splash pad because it had rolled over into the passenger side on the floorboard. And so he had to stop to get out to get it because he couldn't lean over and reach it. So that he's on camera. The splash pad had cameras and they were able to see him in the parking lot there. So that was confirmed. According to Stacey, he said they showed him a screenshot of the video showing himself there.
Did he get out and walk around or did he just sit there?
He got out and walked around. Well, he said he got out and walked around. Law enforcement has never confirmed or denied.
Okay.
But when he said that he had gone to the drive-thru, he said he went to go get food on his way home from doing the taxi run. He said he stopped at A&W. I think he was over at Payless grocery store, which oddly is where Brandi worked at that time. But it was directly across from another park area where there were a bunch of kids. So I think he had been shopping all day.
So you think it was to see if they could get away with it?
I don't know. I don't know what they were thinking. Like I said, I don't think that they were trying to kidnap a child to have of their own.
Right.
I think it was for a sick fantasy. I mean, they weren't good people. They both had been in and out of jail many times. Adrian, when he moved in, she picked him up off the side of the road, basically. And he started staying there. And I guess immediately when he started staying there, he was trying to get Sarah to help him set up fake accounts to rob people, to scam people out of money.
Jeez.
And Stacey swears up and down that Adrian has trafficking criminal history, even though that's never been located.
Right.
Adrian has been in trouble, but not for that.
Nothing they can prove.
Right. He also went into Brandi's job. He went in there to pick up a prescription, Sarah? I haven't heard that. So he did go inside of the grocery store? Right, seclusion? We will get all of the answers. And we never know. I mean, life is so short. That's the thing that, like, irritates me about all the drama bullshit.
Yeah.
Like, life is so short. You never know when it's going to be your last day. Do you want your last day calling somebody out of their name? You know, like,
Yeah.
I would much rather be spreading awareness about a missing child or helping somebody or spending time with my own family.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. That's what he said. Where did he say it, Sarah? Because the only interviews that I saw was recently. Like, if he had said anything early, I didn't, I got into the case late. So, okay, I'm going to go ahead and let this finish out. I'm going to go back just a few seconds since I stopped it.
Okay.
I mean, look at this sweet boy, like,
I know.
oh, yes, Detroit, her ex-husband. So Sarah was married when she lived in Texas. She was married to a guy who actually came up on Josh's panel. And he had told Josh and all of the world that Sarah had told him that she had a dream about, or a fantasy about kidnapping people.
What?
And like holding them hostage. Yeah.
And holding them hostage for money?
No, he didn't say anything about why or like ages, if it was children or adults or anything like that. He said she didn't say that. She just said that she had the fantasy about kidnapping and holding them hostage, like tying them up. Yeah, Samantha's a rock star. She is amazing.
Mm.
Okay. All right. I'm going to play it out here. Tina got home from Arizona, but after the main ground searches had spread out in Fruitland, the Three Stooges brought Monkey back to Fruitland to their house and buried that duffel bag in their own backyard, where the bag stayed until sometime between July and the end of October of 2022, when Brandon and Sarah moved the bag for the last time. Whew, okay. I'm done with my theory for now. That was based from the facts that I've learned from law enforcement, the interview tour from Stacey Wondra, the horrid interview from Brandon Shurtliff, and using my connection with spirit. The end of my theory is where the timeline continues that I shared earlier in this video, and I hope that this helps make better sense now. I'll probably make one more video going from July 27th, 2021. Okay, so that's basically it. Let me get over here now. So the other video that I had, like, I have a whole playlist that I've made. I don't know if I can click on it this way. Can I share it? No. How do I save or share the playlist from here?
From
It's
Stream-
not. I'm sorry.
You're trying to share it from StreamYard?
No, I'm trying to share it from YouTube. It says view the. Oh wait, view the full playlist. Here we go. There we go.
Yeah, that's how I was just fixing to say view it.
It kept trying to. So this is my monkey playlist. So if you want to bookmark it and save it. And while I'm over here in the chat, I'm going to give out some free memberships. I did set a goal tonight because everybody else is doing it. So I thought, hey, why not? Right.
There you go.
So I set a goal of 10, and memberships are not an option on the goal list, but I made it where 10 super chats or 10 memberships and 10 gifted memberships would also count in that 10. And I'm going to schedule 2 lives next week. I have the one Friday night, but then I would schedule a second one also. So if we reach the 10 before the end of the live stream.
Nice.
So, yeah. And I can only set it for 3 hours. The goal has a countdown on it, and 3 hours was
okay.
the only option that I had. So we still have an hour and 42 minutes, but I'm going to go ahead and toss out 5 free memberships in the chat right now. So let's see. Hopefully people in the chat get them. Jacqueline got one. Shannon Pisces got one. Phoebe in Australia got one. Magic Star got one. And Laylee. Now, Laylee, I think, is the only one that I haven't heard of. Everybody else I know. Yay!
Yay! Very good. Very good.
Yes. Welcome to the squad. And Jacqueline's in the chat right now.
Mm-hmm.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
I think it's funny how you can not be in the chat and get a membership.
Right? And I know, okay, I am blown away. Now I know why I keep getting gifted memberships to Queen Bee, because I heard somebody say that one person gifted 400 memberships in one live stream.
How?
One live stream. Because they kept buying 50 and 50 and 50 and 50.
Grammy, do you have yours turned on? It's, what is it? Accept gifts or accept?
Yeah, it should be in the accept gifts option. But I think that they might have taken that away, because every time I try to click on it to go find it, it, like, I can't find it anymore. It used to be, so now work with me. If you're on an Android, I don't know what the iPhone looks like.
Yeah.
So I'm going to try it this way. This is how I found it to turn it on myself, but I can't find it now. But down in the bottom right-hand corner, you see the $sign? If you tap on that.
Yeah.
Okay, tap on that, and then it pulls up. It says Super Stickers, Super Chat, Membership, or Membership Gifting. Click on Membership. And then up at the top, it says Membership, and then it has the question mark inside of the circle, the 3 dots, and the X. Tap on the 3 dots. And that's where it would pop up and say gift settings.
Now, I know what happened to me. I couldn't find that forever. I couldn't find that. And I'm like, I know what you're saying, but I don't see it. Well, what happened was I have 2. So I have the Looking Glass Tarot, and I have Barnes & Noble Crime Time. Well, Barnes & Noble Crime Time is my brand channel, and the Looking Glass is my secondary channel. So it would not, the Looking Glass doesn't recognize that option. I had to go to my brand channel, and then when I went to the brand channel, it recognized it, and I was able to turn it on.
Oh, now see, I had heard that if you were a brand channel, that you couldn't get gifted memberships. So that's good to know, because somebody else had said that.
I mean, I don't know what made me a brand channel, but I didn't do that.
I don't know how to do that either. So I'm going
But
to throw that in the chat there. And
I
Tammy's
knew,
not monetized at all yet.
huh?
I said I'm throwing this in the chat here. Tammy is not monetized at all yet.
Nope.
So
Nope.
that's Tammy's Cash App there if you'd like to tip your hostesses. And then mine's there if you're interested too. So
I'm on my way to being monetized. I just
yes,
need
you are.
I have 323 subscribers, so I need 500.
Yes, I was going to get your links. That's what I was going to put in the chat, and I saw that from the other night, and I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna just put that right there."
Yeah. But I didn't realize it. You know, your brand, you have to go over there and turn it on your brand channel. So, but if you only have that one channel and it's not really a channel, you know, you just use it to get on YouTube. Oh, sorry. If you use it just to get on YouTube, then it should let you catch a membership. You shouldn't. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
So, did anybody find it by me walking you through that? And hi, Colleen. And because I thought, well, maybe it's not there because I've already turned my memberships on,
Oh, yeah.
you know, so maybe it's not showing up for me. All right, my clipped of your channels, I don't have them. Oh, I'll have to grab them. They're not saved in there. Tammy's link is 404.
Hmm?
It's Tammy B, right? BEE?
Are you talking about my Cash App?
Yes.
Yeah.
So why is it saying that it's 404? Hold on, let me see.
Let me look at it again.
Oh, it did. It messed up. Oh, they both messed up.
Yeah, it's my cash is the $ TAM TAM B49. Venmo is something different. It is the other one you're talking about.
Okay, TMB what?
The $ capital TAM B capital B 49.
49. Okay. And see, it's showing both of those links don't work. I'm going to have to fix that. Okay. There's the cash tag, but I'm going to go grab the link and fix it because it's always like that's the link that I put in everything. So is it working? Wait, is that, let me see. No?
So I just sent that to you just so you know what I was talking about. Because I think
Okay.
the capital and the yep, that's it. That's right. Yep, that's it.
I wonder why it's not.
That is correct.
All right, let me remove that comment then because that's wrong. Okay, I'm going to work on that and I'm going to get Tammy's links to both of her channels. But while I'm doing that, I'm going to go ahead and start to play this. So this is
Yes.
why we are here tonight.
Yes.
So on the screen, we have Samantha, beautiful Samantha on the left-hand side. She is the channel. Hold on, let me close this
What's her
out.
channel called?
It is, it's missing PNW crimes. It's
Okay.
not showing up here, but I have her link in my description box and I will put it in the chat also.
Okay.
So Samantha has done amazing work for Monkey's Case and for, oh my goodness, Kyron Hammond. Is that
Yep.
his name?
Yep.
Yeah.
Norman.
Okay. Horman. Thank
Yeah.
you. I thought I was doing it wrong. Okay.
Mhm.
She has worked on those cases like extensively. Amazing work
Yeah.
on both of the cases.
Yeah.
So she has interviewed Brandon Shurtliff. Now,
Oh.
I didn't review that either because the whole time he was up there, it was a crock of shit, in my opinion. I didn't want to review it and insult Samantha's channel and her relationship that she has built with Brandon. Kyron Horman. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Eve.
I
There's
done
her
a
channel
reading
link.
on Kyron.
I haven't. I've just seen a little bit about his case, and the little bit that I've seen, that stepmother monster is guilty AF.
Yep. Yep.
She is full of shiznit.
Mm-hmm.
Whew. Okay, so Brandon and Misty Miller have been dating for quite some time, and I guess that Misty got pregnant, and she just recently, a week ago, miscarried, and she was pregnant with twins. So I don't know how far along she was. I know that there was rumor a few months ago that she was pregnant. So I guess that the rumor was true, but I don't know how far along she was. I don't wish a miscarriage upon anybody. So for that, my condolences to her, to Brandon, like that. I've been there. I've had a miscarriage myself. So
Yeah.
I will, yeah. Otherwise, I'm going to try to be real nice. I'm going to try.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to get started. They have a little kerfuffle here in the beginning trying to get Misty to be on panel because she is not tech savvy like the majority of us.
Okay.
And so she falls off panel, but then she comes back. So I may skip through that part if I need to, but otherwise we're going to play for a little bit. If you want me to stop, yell at me, or I'll just stop when I'm ready.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Buddy, welcome in. This is Misty Miller. We had a little bit of technical difficulties coming in.
Yes, we did.
But she
Technology.
found her headset. So today is Saturday, April 12th, 2025. Welcome to Missing PNW Crimes Revisited. I am your host, Samantha, and our guest, like I just said, is Misty. Please welcome her and be respectful and chat. She is here to share new information that a lot of people don't know about. And yeah, we're just going to sit and talk and relax. She is a little bit nervous, but she is happy to be here and, talk with all of us. So again, please be respectful. And a little bit of a disclaimer, like everything that's being said here, this is Misty's story. This is, what Misty is saying is what she, witnessed, what she heard, what she saw, what happened. So I just want to let everybody know that, this is Misty's story that she's going to be telling, and we're going to go back and forth, and I'm going to ask her some questions, and we're going to relax and talk with everybody. So who's all here? The real Brenda. Thank you so much for coming in, and thank you, mods, for coming in. Sarah Suspicious and Jemima. We've got Angie Willett, Rizzo. Thank you guys so much for coming in. Mama B is here. Good to see you. Pretty Assessor. Thank you for coming in. Thank you guys always for coming in and supporting Monkey, because that's why we're here. We are here to bring awareness for Michael Joseph Vaughan. Hello, Lynn. Good to see you. And let's see who else is here. Well, thank you guys so much for being here. It's been a difficult month for Misty. It's, been really stressful. So I am very happy that she agreed to come with everything that's been going on. Toaster, love the name. Good to see you. Z, good to see you. let everybody know Michael Vaughan was abducted July 27th of 2021. There are 4 named suspects in Michael Vaughan's abduction, and that is Sarah and Stacey Wondra, Adrian Lucian, and Brandon Shurtliff. And if you have any information regarding Michael Vaughan's abduction, please call the tip line at 208-642-6006 or email findmichael@fruitland.org. No tip is too small. Let law enforcement determine, whether or not your tip is a valid tip or not. But
Look, I'm so glad that Samantha's on it because I talked about Monkey and didn't put out the tip line information. So that was my bad. I'm so glad that she shared that. Please, if you know any information, anything, please contact law enforcement. Monkey needs to be brought home to his family.
Yes.
And thank you, Seclusion Works. I appreciate that. And are you the one who sent a Cash App, Seclusion? It has a real name, and so I don't want to say a real
Yeah,
name.
me either. I was going to say the same thing.
Oh, well, thank you so much.
My donkey out in the pasture. I don't know if you heard him. He was loud.
He's out there hee-hawing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he don't care what time of day it is or night. He don't care. He's got something to say, he says it.
Oh, that's cute. I'm trying to find the correct link to my Cash App because
Why are they not working? Is
I don't know.
messing up when you put it in there, or is the StreamYard messing it up?
I think it's just the link. Hey, Emmett. When you click on that link that I dropped and the link that's in the pinned comment, it takes it to a website and it says 404. It says something about you've been blocked from Cash App. Yeah. And so I know that that's not true.
No.
But okay, let me see. Copy hashtag link. So what I did was I copied mine and then I just backspaced my hashtag off and put your hashtag on.
Oh, I see. Oh.
And then when I put it in the chat, but it wasn't working. Okay, so I'm going to try it again and see if it works.
Must be something with Cash App itself.
It says, sorry, you have been blocked. You are unable to access cash.app.
What?
Why have I been blocked? It may be, I have my VPN turned on. I wonder if maybe that's why. I don't know.
Because you've never had trouble before putting it in there.
No, that's why I put it in my description box and stuff. That's what it was, because my VPN was on. So if you have your VPN on, it won't let you use that link. So pause your VPN.
Gotcha.
And then it'll work.
Gosh, it's always something.
I know, right? All right, so let me change. Okay, I'm going to keep playing, and I'm going to fix this. We're going to get it right.
Seclusion. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Aw, thank you so much.
Yeah, that's probably the first one I've gotten in a long time.
I think, Seclusion, I think you sent me one before, but I didn't know who sent it, and I didn't want to say your real name. So
I
didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I didn't say anything because I didn't want to put it out there. So thank you for both. Thank you so much. Thank you for sending Tammy tip too. I appreciate you.
Yes.
I love the love. Okay, here we go.
You had to manually enter it? Yeah. That's okay. It made it. You did it right.
That's all that matters.
That's
It worked.
right.
And I'm going to figure it out here. So we're going to get it in here. Okay, here we go.
So, hey, we got it worked out. Your headphone's working.
Yay. Took a minute.
Yeah. I told her, just relax. It's okay. We got a minute. Unnamed True Crime, thank you for coming in. So on February 24th, I went live with Brandon Shurtliff. And on February 26th, Brandon left Livingston, Montana to go to Missoula on a ski trip. His friend Eric came and picked him up from Livingston. And yeah, Brandon ended up trying to make it back from Missoula, and that didn't happen. His friends never brought him back home. And then he decided to go do some work with Eric. And yeah. So why don't you tell us what happened on March 8th? Because I know I woke up to a message from you and you were like, guess what?
Yes, I was. I was like, guess what? Guess who just knocked on my parents' door? So I had a sheriff, the detective from Fruitland, I can't remember her name, and then the prosecutor. They all came to my door. My kid answered the door, same with my mom. They asked for me, they didn't ask for Brandon, FYI. They asked me if I knew anything. And like I've been telling everyone, what I know is what I know. From what I know, he never met the kid and he didn't even know what he looked like until
Yeah.
the posters started coming up. That's from what I got told.
When they were asking
So,
you questions about like what you knew, what kind of questions were they asking you?
they were like, "Can you get a hold of him? Do you know where he is? It's really important." We got one really good plea agreement for him. I was like, "Oh yeah, what's that?" And they told me that he was allowed to come home and be with the family. But coming to find out, it's getting the death roll off of it.
Oh, to get the
Okay, so she just said law enforcement knocked on her door and asked for her, not for Brandon. So they already knew Brandon wasn't there.
Yeah, why did they do that?
Well, they knew he wasn't there.
No, I
So
mean, why did they want to talk to her though?
well, I think because they don't know where he is.
They
He's
were
been
hoping she
avoiding.
would tell them.
Yeah, he's been avoiding law enforcement,
Gotcha.
allegedly, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
Yeah.
Seclusion, you don't have to have your camera on if you don't want to show your picture, but you want to go on panels. And so what if people have shit to say? You know how to tell them to fuck off? Okay.
That's right.
Okay. Okay. Like, if anybody has anything to say about you, shame on them. Okay. Shame
Right.
on them.
Yeah, leave your camera off. That's perfectly fine. Yeah.
Right. I mean, we don't have our cameras on. Look at us.
Nope. Nope.
We're hiding behind these records up here in the woods.
Records in the woods. They're alien disc.
That's right.
Floating orbs.
That's what it reminds me of.
Mm-hmm. It does look like a record, yeah.
It always reminds me of Happy Days.
I guess it's yeah, it does, because it's better than the squares.
Right?
Well, then we'd be the Brady Bunch, so I guess it'd be all right.
Well, that's true. I'm gonna have to fix that now.
Yeah.
When we have another panel party, we're doing the Brady Bunch. Damn it!
There we go.
I'm changing my layout.
That's right.
I made this background. This is the debut of this background.
I know, I like it.
Thank you. I was trying to get something that wasn't as like where I could cover it up and not feel bad, I guess. Because I like to put I like when the background looks good, and so I put us off to the side because we don't have our cameras on anyway, so it's like, if you can't see our bubble, is it really that big of a deal?
Right.
The background is badass, okay? You need to see the background, not us. Come on now.
That's right. How long is this interview, I guess, if you want to call it an interview?
Well, it's 2.5 hours. The live stream is 2.5 hours, but she's not on panel for the whole time.
Yeah.
And like I said, we probably won't get through it all, but there's a couple things that I want to skip to.
Yeah.
If we need to. you
Okay.
know. So right now it's just this part I feel like is important because law enforcement is offering Brandon Shurtliff one deal. And
And
they
this
said if he doesn't take it, they're going to come back with a warrant.
and this is recently that they came to this lady's house.
Yes.
Okay. That's this year. That's
Yes.
not okay.
Yep. Recently.
The
I
Mandy
think
one.
the Mandy Bunch. I like Hollywood Squares, right, Colleen?
Yeah.
We could do that too. If I could make
That's
some
what-
neon I can make a neon box background. Oh, that would be so cool.
yeah. Well, I'll be
And
in
put it
boxes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, see, look at you guys giving me ideas and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we got to play this. Squirrels.
Okay.
Squirrels running around this place.
Everywhere.
I know, I'm telling you what. Okay, here we go.
The death penalty off the
Instead of
table.
what they told me in person.
So there was a plea agreement that they were trying to offer Brandon,
Yes.
and it was to get the death penalty off. Did they mention anything else besides the death penalty, or
They just told me, to be honest, like I said, they also told me he was able to be coming home to be with the family. So
Okay.
they say one thing and do another.
So what was Brandon going to have
not-
to do in order to what was Brandon going to have to do in order to get this plea agreement? What were they wanting him to do?
Just talk and get his side of the story, like everyone else has been trying to. I got him really close too.
Right.
And then, but he does have an attorney.
Yeah.
Now, you guys.
You said that you had talked to Brandon's mom?
Yes, I have. I haven't for the past few days because ever since I lost the babies, I was pregnant with twins.
I'm so sorry. I'm just going to give you my condolences. I didn't know if that was something you were going to share or not on the live, so I'm really sorry to hear about that. My condolences go out to you and to Brandon, and I know you've had a really rough week and stuff, and I really appreciate you coming up and talking. So they came to your door, the prosecutor from Fruitland.
Yes, from another state. Yes.
Yeah, it was the state's prosecutor, the law enforcement agent from Fruitland, and the sheriff from Livingston, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then they're offering this plea deal to Brandon.
Okay, wait, hold on. I need to hear that one more time. That was a whole lot of people.
That is, I was thinking the same thing.
The state's prosecutor?
And why would they have the sheriff there too? Are they covering like county and town?
Well, they're in different states. So Misty lives in a different state. I believe it's Montana. They say, I believe Samantha clarifies, but so maybe that's why, like they brought I think Livingston, is that in Montana?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe they brought the local sheriff with them along with, like, we're going to come to your county, so can you take us to her house type deal.
Right, because depending on where she lives, like if she lives out of city limits, then the sheriff would have to go.
Right.
If she lives in city limits, then the town police would go.
Right.
Depending on where she lives. So maybe because where she lived, they had to choose the sheriff to go with them.
Right. Yeah.
Because like if something happens out here where I'm at, it would be the sheriff because I'm too far out in the country.
I'm just surprised that it was the state's prosecutor. Like I can understand law enforcement coming, but
well, they don't just usually make house calls, do they?
No.
Prosecutors?
No. I mean, they meet in the office, and
Yeah, but I mean, they don't go to people's houses.
Right. That's why I'm so shocked when she was running through the list of everybody. I was like, whoa, wait.
Mm-hmm.
I need to rewind that and listen one more time.
And a
Okay.
lawyer didn't show up besides the prosecutor?
Right.
Hmm.
But now Misty said that Brandon has a lawyer now.
Probably because he thinks he needs one.
Right. And allegedly, she repeats multiple times throughout this interview, not only the quote, "to be honest with you," which I hate that. That's a sign of a liar.
Mhm.
Just a sign. It doesn't mean she's lying. It's
Right.
just a sign. But she said that Brandon plans on going to talk to law enforcement with his mommy and his attorney.
Oh. The mommy that didn't let him in the house?
Yes.
All right then.
Yep. Oh, she has his back. He is a mama's boy.
Mm.
Like, she believes every word that comes out of that boy's mouth.
That is that is weird. You won't let him in your house because you don't trust him, but you believe every word he says.
Right.
That makes no sense.
Right. I agree. Okay, let me see.
Right, seclusion.
Yeah, they were on a mission for sure.
Mhm. It wasn't
And I
just
think
willy-nilly and out there.
right. I think that they caught wind that Brandon wasn't at Misty's house anymore, but they don't know where he is. And so they're like, "Okay, look, you're his girl. We need to talk to you." You
Mhm.
know, because obviously he has avoided law enforcement as much as possible.
Mhm.
Plus, he has a warrant. He has it's like a misdemeanor warrant in Idaho for like possession of marijuana or something. You know, like it's a petty charge. It's not a big
Right.
charge.
Yeah.
So, but he brought that up. I think he told JLR that. And as far as I know, he hasn't had that taken care of yet.
Hmm.
So he still has that outstanding warrant right now. Okay, let's do roll call one more time here. Let's see who all showed up.
And the sheriff from the law enforcement. Yeah, it was the state's prosecutor, the law enforcement agent from Fruitland, and the sheriff from Livingston, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then they're offering this plea deal to Brandon. You know, you do this or else what?
They just said that charges will be coming in when they come back. There will be charges, but they can't really say much. But I do know Brandon is a sweet, innocent little boy too. He wears his sleeve on his. He wears his heart on his sleeve. Sorry if I can speak.
Did she just say that Brandon is a sweet little innocent boy too? Did
That's
she
what
just compare one of the main 4 fucking suspects to murdering an innocent 5-year-old child?
an actual child.
I told you I didn't like this woman. I told you.
You
I
can't
didn't
compare
catch that.
you can't compare an adult to a child.
A missing 5-year-old innocent child. And
Yeah.
she just said that Brandon is a sweet, innocent little boy too.
Mm-mm.
Two.
He's a grown man.
He's a grown-ass father.
Yeah. Is she older or younger than him?
I don't know.
She kind of sounds older, but
I don't know. I'm speechless right now. Grammy, that's weird. Can't get Google to accept my new card. It says contact us to remove hold on account. Are you trying to put it in like your Google Wallet, or are you trying to put it on your Cash App, or where are you trying to put it on? Or through YouTube, is that what you mean? to use it on YouTube, maybe. I don't know. I've never seen that. Never seen it pop up. I know, Sarah. I can imagine. That's how it was when Brandon was on panel. I was there for that live stream.
Right, yeah.
It was so hard.
Let us hear that again, Mandy.
Ooh, buddy. All right. Here we go.
Can't really say much, but I do know Brandon is a sweet, innocent little boy too. He wears a sleeve on.
He wears a sleeve on his heart. Good job.
Yep. Because he's ass backwards. Like, for real.
Well, she said it ass backwards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, because he's ass backwards.
She was getting upset with chat, and she does open up more with details in the plea deal. Well, I mean, when you get up there like that and you're connected to a case like that, connected to a possible person of interest, then you're going to get that. I mean, you should expect that.
Right. And the only thing that she just showed us right there by that one statement that she just made, that she sees Brandon the same way that his mother sees him.
Yeah.
That he can do no wrong. He's a little whiny ass baby. And she just compared him to Monkey. Like, how do you put the suspect of a homicide of a child in the same category as the missing child?
That's why I was asking it. I mean, does he see her as a mother figure?
Right.
Or does he see her as a girlfriend?
Right. Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, it sounds like she babies him. Like, she
That's what
acts
I'm
like a mother
saying.
figure. So,
Yeah.
but for her to say he's a sweet, innocent little boy, he's not a fucking little boy, first of all. Okay,
No.
let's start there. And he's far from innocent, or he wouldn't have a record, and he wouldn't be named as a main suspect in a homicide case of a child.
She's trying to make him seem totally innocent and everything. I mean, he's an innocent little boy. No. He's a grown-ass man.
And then she said the word two.
Mm-hmm. Like he's like 5 years old too.
Right.
He's not. No.
Like, the nerve of you. Like, I was trying to be nice and trying to watch my mouth during this live stream. I even told Tammy before we went live, I don't want to upset Misty and ruin any relationship that she and Samantha have built. I don't want to disrespect Samantha in any way, shape, or form. And I know that she has been speaking with Misty and with Brandon and with some other people that are involved in this case. And I respect her for giving these people a platform to share all of their information. She's only sharing what they want her to share. If they want her to keep something private, she's keeping it private. And she has built this relationship with them. My concern was, if by some great chance that Misty Miller would find my channel and hear me call her a fucking bitch for just comparing her bitch ass boyfriend to a sweet, innocent child, that could affect her in a negative way. And I wouldn't want to do that to Samantha.
Right.
I'm shaking right now. Like, how the nerve, how dare you?
Oh, she's here.
Hi, Samantha. I'm sorry. I am irate right now. Did you hear what we just played? What she had just said? You don't have to comment on it because,
She said no worries.
I don't want to ruin what you have going. But okay, I'm going to rewind it one more time. Because this is right seclusion. You're going to need a whole gallon of ice cream. Because something needs to cool this shit down, okay? I cannot believe she just said that.
Ice cream attack. Yep.
Okay. One more time. Third time's a charm, right?
All right.
Here we go.
Can't really say much, but I do know Brandon is a sweet, innocent little boy too. He
Brandon is a sweet little innocent boy too.
Mm-hmm. I'm not buying what she's laying down, but okay.
I'm not either. So my response is, first of all, he may be sweet to her.
Right.
He's definitely not innocent,
No.
or else he wouldn't have a criminal record.
And he's not a little boy. He's grown.
He's a grown-ass man with a child of his own
Yeah.
that I wonder if he even takes care of in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
And she said the word too.
Yeah.
She just compared Brandon fucking Shurtliff to Monkey Michael Vaughan.
Mm-hmm.
She just tried to put...
She tried to make him 5 years old.
Yeah. Like, please see him as this, you look at Monkey and you see this sweet, innocent little boy. Well, Brandon's just a sweet, little, innocent boy, too. Bitch, please. And I'm not calling her a bitch. That's just a quote. That's just a response, That's
Right.
a meme, a gif, like the eye roll. Bitch, please. That type of thing. That's where I was going with that. I wasn't calling her a bitch. Whoo.
But he's not a little boy. That's the thing. He's grown. He knows what he's doing.
Right. But that's how I felt like she is throughout this interview. She doesn't want to say anything bad about him, which I'm going to play it so you can hear it. But it's like she wants to make him seem like he is just this amazing, helpful, sweet little innocent boy.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to just play because if not, I'm going to bite my tongue off.
He wears his sleeve on his. He wears his heart on his sleeve. Sorry if I
I'm going to go one more time.
The sweet innocent.
One more time.
Can't really say much, but I do know Brandon is a sweet, innocent little boy too. He wears his sleeve on his. He wears his heart on his sleeve. Sorry if I can speak. I'm still kind of nervous.
I know
about doing this. But I seen him around people. I seen him around kids and stuff. I feel for the lady's mom or the kids' mom. Oh, Jesus, I can't speak tonight.
it's okay.
But I feel for the little kid's mom because if that was me, I would want the same thing as she does.
Yeah.
But
Brandi,
I did let everyone know because I feel connected with that little kid. I never met him, but I feel connected because we have the same birthday.
Yeah, that's right. You and Brandon and Monkey all share the same birthday.
What?
June 24th, yes.
That's crazy.
So they're connected because they all have the same birthday.
Wow.
Sarah, I was just getting ready to say that because when you said you were lactose intolerant, I was like, I know you guys have talked about ice cream before.
Yeah, I'm lactose intolerant too, so I get it.
Yeah, his name is Michael.
Right.
Michael Joseph Vaughan.
Not little boy.
Right. And just because you have the same birthday, my birthday's 2 days before, so I guess I just feel this great connection too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
When I heard Brandon say that when he was on JLR the only other interview that he had done before Samantha got him on her panel too, he said that shit there too.
Yeah.
Like, I have this like bullshitter alert going crazy inside of my body right now. Like, you're a bullshitter.
Yeah. Oh, they usually are.
Oh my goodness, Samantha, see, your daughter and me, we are connected. I feel the connection, girl. You let her know, okay? I don't know how old she is, but you let her know that there's this crazy woman on YouTube. Her name is Mandy, and we have a connection, okay? Just let her know that. Thank you. Are you serious? Brandon has a connection because Brandon was there that night. Brandon was at the Wondras that night, even though he lied to Miss Misty Miller.
Yeah.
And told her that he wasn't there. He was. That's why he's a suspect.
Yep.
Whoo, buddy. Gotta add some humor in this because I'm telling you what, if I didn't, like, I was sitting here, literally had my hand clenched in a fist as she was talking. I don't know why. I'm not an angry person. I promise I'm not an angry person. But I just, oh my gosh. Like Michael Joseph Vaughan. Period. Ever notice the people connected never say the victim's name? Yes, because I'm pretty sure Brandon said it the same way too. I feel connected to this little boy because I found out we have the same birthday. Yep. But it's a big old connection. It doesn't have anything to do with a criminal connection.
No.
It's just, their horoscope is the same.
Yeah.
All right, let's play.
I did promise one thing. I was to do what I can. Why I know I'll help as much as I can, too. But I have a lot going on in my life, too, as of right now. Like, I just lost twins on Saturday.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a week today.
Yeah, it has.
Yeah, I'm sorry, honey. So the plea deal, I know didn't they want him to produce something in order to get the plea deal?
So they just told me that they have a really good, hell of a great deal of a plea deal. They didn't say what. They just said, like I said, they said that he would be able to come home to the family to be a family.
Okay.
And then, like, like I was shaking. I was like freaked out because last time I had to deal with those guys was in 2015 with Stacey Wanda.
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, it bothers me because she keeps calling him Stacey Wanda.
Yeah, isn't it Wondra?
Yeah.
Okay.
But she's known him since 2014, but she calls him Stacey Wanda. So there's that. Second of all, she said the last time she had to deal with the law enforcement like that was because of him, which she's going to go in more detail about that. I'm pretty sure. But they had one hell of a deal that meant he could come home and be a family again.
Yeah.
So
immunity.
Right. Well, no, I don't think immunity. I think they're taking the electric chair off of the table.
Oh, gotcha.
And possibly not have life in prison. Like maybe it'll be like 85 years to life or something. Like he'll have a possibility for parole.
Gotcha.
Is what it sounds like to me. Right. Not immunity, just not the death penalty. Penalty. Look, I'm so mad I can't even talk straight. Well, seclusion, that's a little bit different because you guys share the same interests. You know, that's a little bit different. I feel connected to Sebastian's case also because the things that they say about Sebastian are very, very similar to my own experiences with my own child, with my own son who's on the spectrum. So I understand that. But a birthday? It's pushing it. All right. Okay, let's play some more. Let's play some more. Right, Sarah? It's easy. When you have a lot of similarities like that. And Samantha, I'll tell you what. You are a freaking rock star. Okay? I said that in your chat, but I think that you had already ended and I had already rewound. So, but you need to know you are a freaking rock star. For you to be able to hold your composure while you're doing these interviews and the private conversations that you're having with this whole group of people, that takes a lot of self-control. That takes a lot of determination. And that is very inspirational and admirable. Hi, Sea Star. They want him to talk. The deal may get him there, even though I hate the thought. You know what, Sea Star? I would be okay with a deal. As long as there is some type of justice and Monkey is brought home. Like, Monkey being home is the priority. Brandi and Tyler deserve to have their baby back. It's bad enough that they've gone this long without him and that they're going to have to adjust the rest of their lives because of actions of dumbasses. So as long as he can be brought home. And Brandon doesn't get to walk free, there has to be some sort of justice. Hi, Kelly Dime. It's true, Samantha. It's true. Like, I don't know how you do it. I can't even review it and bite my tongue. So, all right. We're going to play a little bit more here.
Right. Did Brandon speak to them at all? Did you get him on the phone to talk with them or anything like that?
I do know that he did call to talk to them about the agreement, and he denied the plea agreement because why should he? I just feel it in my gut, and I'm the person that goes off of vibes and stuff. I'm kind of an outgoing ish, but different hippie wise, say. And everyone that has met Brandon doesn't see that, but when people meet Stacey, they see that. My mom's seen red flags instant when she first met him.
But Brandon didn't want to take the deal because he doesn't.
Okay, wait. She just said that her mom saw red flags when she met Brandon?
No, Stacey. I think
Oh.
she's.
Oh, okay. Okay. I misunderstood. I'm going to go back.
Yeah, go back and
20
see.
seconds. Okay. I was trying to type at the same time. No, Stacey. Okay. I got you now. I thought she was talking about Brandon meeting her mom. I was like, whoa, Nelly, hold on.
Ish, but different hippie wise, say. And everyone that has met Brandon doesn't see that, but when people meet Stacey, they see that. My mom's seen red flags instant when she first met him.
Gotcha.
But Brandon didn't want to take the deal because he doesn't feel like he's done anything. He's saying, I haven't done anything. I didn't hurt that kid. I didn't abduct that kid. I'm not signing anything.
Yes, he's saying he's never even met the kid. Like, he's getting pinpointed because he was there at the wrong time, around those two, around the time that the incident happened. So it's all coming together. But eventually, like I said, he's got a lawyer. He's gonna be talking.
Yeah. Wow, that's just crazy that they came all the way from they came all the way from Fruitland to Montana to offer him a plea deal.
See,
That's
there we go.
just crazy.
I thought she said Montana. I knew I had heard that. There it is. So from Idaho to Montana, the state prosecutor, like that blows my mind. Samantha, is that common? Like, have you heard of another state prosecutor going to a different state to knock on somebody's door? And what do you mean she slipped right there, Sarah? Saying that he was going to go talk to law enforcement? What do you think so far, Tammy?
About what?
What you've heard in the last 13 minutes?
Well, he's not a little boy, definitely. It sounds like they came to her because they don't know where he's at. And they're hoping that she will either call him while they're there, and they can get some kind of lead on him, or they're hoping that she can talk him into it. It sounds like talk him into a plea deal, but they didn't want to give her everything because they don't want her to tell him everything.
Right.
They want him to come to them to find out the plea deal. Because if they tell her, then if he don't like it, he just won't contact them.
Right. That makes sense. Yes,
So-
C-Star, this is the girlfriend.
Was she dating him when Michael was kidnapped?
No. I think she said, see, I told you I listened to it on 3 times speed, so I only caught bits and pieces of it.
Yeah.
I think she said that she met Brandon in November or December.
Okay.
So they haven't been dating that long.
Mm-hmm.
She said he was at the wrong place at the wrong time, then changed it real quick to he was around the wrong people at that time. Oh, you can't be tired. It's not like it's 3:30 in the morning or something, Sarah. Gosh. Go get some ice cream. The lactose-free ice cream stuff that you talked about.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I've never had the ice cream for lactose intolerant people, so
It's pretty
November.
good. Ben and Jerry's makes some lactose intolerant ice cream.
I love their ice cream.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
So-
Sam said they met in November.
What made her decide to talk to Sarah?
Who?
What's her name? The girlfriend.
Samantha?
Samantha, I mean. What made her decide to talk to Samantha? The girlfriend.
I'm not for sure. I know that they've been talking behind the scenes. Sam, you want to help us out? I know that she had been talking to Misty behind the scenes, and Misty was the one who said that she convinced Brandon to do his interview with Sam also. Hi, Sparkles.
Hi, Sparkleberry.
How you doing?
I'm just kind of curious why she would talk about it. Why she would say anything.
Yeah, I'm not for sure. Now, I know that she did say Brandon didn't know that she was doing this interview. I did catch that. And they're kind of together, but kind of not since she had the miscarriage.
Mm-hmm.
I started talking to Misty since I started talking to Brandon. Daniel Guthrie introduced us all. Fed up Buttercup. If Samantha would, why not put her on panel with you? I mean, yeah, Sam's more than welcome to come up if she would like to. Sam, you want to hop on panel with us? Well, that's good, Sparkles. I'm glad to see you. All right. I'm going to go back just a few because I want to hear. I think I already rewound, didn't I? Yeah. Because I want to hear that. And I will put the link in the chat here for Samantha.
That the incident happened. So it's all coming together. But eventually, like I said, he's got a lawyer. He's going to be talking.
Yeah. Wow, that's just crazy that they came all the way from they came all the way from Fruitland to Montana to offer him a plea deal.
Mm-hmm.
That's just crazy. And this has been like over a month now since all of this happened. Did they tell
Can I
him
say
like
something, Samantha?
You sure can?
So I was reading on the comments. Someone said, "Run, darling. You deserve better." To be honest.
Okay, wait. I didn't go back far enough. I'm sorry. I want to go back just to hear what she said about him being in the wrong place at the wrong time. And then we'll skip back forward to 1331. Wait, what? Samantha has a live on Monday with Daniel. Okay, see, I need to know the connection of Daniel also. Oh, Sparkles. I bet that's going to be beautiful. Oh.
I think she said in chat the connection.
Oh, she said he connected her
Brandi's
with
ex-employer.
Oh, I didn't see that part. Okay.
Yeah.
I see. Yep, there it is. Okay. All right, and there she is. Let me come over here. Uh-oh. Okay, wait. I don't have... You're on panel, but you can't be seen yet. Hi, Samantha.
Hi.
Hi, Samantha.
I don't see me up there.
I have to add a box.
Oh, adding a box. Gotcha. No, I'm fine with coming up and talking if you guys have any questions and stuff. I just went and rewatched the entire live and stuff myself because when I've got people up on panel with me and stuff, I get really nervous. And sometimes it's like Charlie Brown, like
Yep.
when they're talking and I'm focusing doing something else, all I hear is like, womp, 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 womp.
Yeah.
Because I'm nervous,
Yeah.
all
Yeah.
the eyes on me, and I'm a new channel and I'm not used to having people come up on panels. So all this is like just so new to me. And all I want to do is, provide a place for the suspects or anyone involved in Michael's case or even Kyron's case, any of the kids' cases, to come up on panel, talk, give their opinions, whether we agree with it or not. It's good to talk to these people. They do have inside information. So,
So how did
I
you
think it's
convince her to
important.
come up?
I didn't have to do any convincing whatsoever. She was
Really?
perfectly fine with coming up. I said, hey, I got permission to talk about law enforcement going to Montana. Would you mind coming up on a live and talking about it? I said, so the public can actually hear somebody that's involved with all of this,
Right.
And she was like, yeah. I was like, are you sure? I'm like, you don't have to. I said, I know you've gone through a lot this last week. And she was like, no, I would actually really like to tell my side of the story. So, and the reason that she says that is because Brooks from Crime Lines and Lies, she put out a recording. Now, I'm not bashing her. I'm just saying, she put out a recording that Misty didn't know about. And Misty was upset about it.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, that you played
she
that
just
during
wanted
your
to,
live stream, right?
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people were wondering about that question. Like, she talks about someone telling her that there was some kind of human trafficking going on and that it was a deal gone bad or something like that, and since that recording came out, I've had a lot of people like, could you try to get Misty up on a live? And for the longest time, I didn't really see any reason, to do it. I wasn't trying to cause any drama between, Brooks and I or anything. So I just wanted to keep things cool and just didn't have her come up. But it was a good time to have her come up. It worked out,
Right.
she talked and said a lot of things that will be helpful. And now
Yeah.
everybody, knows what happened. And I think that's what the most important thing was, is letting the public know that there's movement in Michael's case. Because ever since the DA told the Vaughan family that indictments were coming, and it has been a while since they were told that, and indictments haven't came out yet, a lot of people are wondering why there's no movement, why nothing's happening. Well,
Right.
things are happening in the background, and that's what the public needs to know. So it was
Right.
important for people to find out that this is what's happened and this is what's going on. And, there's more to come next week. Y'all's mind are going to be blown. It's crazy.
Oh, I'm excited then. Like when I saw that you were having her on, I was so excited to click on that. I was like, oh my goodness, what? And so I was sad
Yeah.
that I got it in there at the end. But when I started going back and listening to some of it, I was like, okay, I gotta review this live. Like I need a collective, to review this because it was a lot to take in. She has shared a lot of information. Just knowing that the state prosecutor came knocking at her door asking for her, not for Brandon, but for her. And they have this deal.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we knew, Brandi said she saw the paperwork herself. So she knew that things were moving, but that just confirmed that they are actually moving,
Right.
and they're serious.
Exactly. Yeah. And, they said, you don't want to sign this deal. We'll come back. We'll come back to get you.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
That's awesome.
yeah, a lot is
Mhm.
moving. A lot is moving in Michael's case. And it's just so important for people to understand that. Like law enforcement and the prosecuting attorney, they have one chance to do this and do this right. And,
Right. Yeah.
they're not going to put out those indictments until they know that they're doing it right and that everything, I's are dotted, T's are crossed. Like, that's just what they're going to do. So
Yeah.
we just have to be patient and wait for law enforcement to do their thing. And, yeah, I think it was a
Right.
great live. I mean, I talked to Brandon in text messages and stuff. I have not talked to him on the phone since he came up on my live. It's just been in text messages and stuff. But me and Misty, we talk about things all the time. And
Yeah.
she's a good person. She's just, she believes in Brandon.
A little gullible, naive, maybe.
In my opinion, yes.
Mhm.
But I don't
I
want
know.
to bash her, I do think she is a good person, but I also don't think that she knows all the facts. I think she thinks she knows all the facts, but I don't think she knows all the facts.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
Right.
she
I
probably knows
agree.
what he told her.
Yeah.
Right.
Only what he told her,
And,
not,
and little things that she sees and stuff on YouTube. And, that's,
Yeah.
the facts just aren't on YouTube. You have to do research. You have to, look
Yeah.
what law enforcement has says. You have to look at court documents. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, there's a lot that I think she's going to learn. And I think, with her talking to Brandon and Brandon's mommy, I think that has clouded her view of being able to accept the facts, maybe. She wants to believe him, and you can tell that she wants to believe him. She sees him as this great, amazing, sweet person, which he may be to her, and whatever that means. Unfortunately, it's going to hurt her when she finds out the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like we said in what we talked about in that live, they have a lot of confrontations with each other about the fact that he won't go in and talk to law enforcement, that he hasn't went and cleared his name. And it's one of the things that they, battle with all of the time, because he gets indictments and stuff, then that reflects on her for being with him, and she has kids. So,
Right.
Is she older than
she
him?
doesn't like that. I believe so. I'm not really sure.
Yeah. I wouldn't like that either. I wouldn't want that to reflect on my children either.
So what is his excuse for not going then? If they argue that much about it, what is his major holdup?
Honestly, I don't know.
You say?
I don't know if it's, I don't know if it's the attorney telling him it's not the right time. I don't know if it's just because he's scared. I don't know. It's something that I talk, and ask him all of the time, and it's one of the questions that he, deflects from. He doesn't want to talk about it.
Right. Well, and see, that right there is a red flag all on its own. If he had absolutely nothing to do with it, even if he committed a different crime, that he's worried about getting caught for, and he still has the warrant from Idaho right now, right? For wasn't it like a possession of marijuana or something?
Yeah, well, he didn't follow through with his I think he was supposed to do 15 days work crew or something like that, and he didn't complete it. And they put out a warrant for his arrest, and he has to spend 30 days no matter what on that warrant. He can't, get out of that, because they've already spoken to him about all of these charges a couple of times before. So they tried to give him a deal and not give him any jail time, and told him 15 days, work crew kind of stuff. And he still didn't follow through. And they put a warrant out for his arrest. And right after that, he went to Montana and went and saw his ex-employer, Dan Guthrie. And that's when he met Misty up there in Livingston, Montana. Do you guys know who Dan is?
No, that's what I was asking when you were in the chat, and you said that it was Brandon's ex-employer, but that's all.
Back in, what was it, 2022? You remember when JD Huff says, and we're looking for Adrian Lucien and Brandon Shurtliff to talk to them about their knowledge, right?
Yeah.
Well, law enforcement went up to Montana when they found out that Brandon was working for Dan Guthrie.
Oh, okay.
So in 22, when they finally did find Brandon in order to talk to him after he was named a suspect, they went up to Livingston, Montana, where he was working for Dan Guthrie. And he's coming up on a live on Monday.
And that should be interesting. So how long was he working for Dan?
I don't know how much, I'm going to talk to him. I do have questions for Dan. He's known Brandon since I think Brandon was 15 or 16 years old. He's known Brandon's father for 20 years. So he's a friend of the family. He's known Brandon for a long time. He's tried his best to help Brandon whenever he can with work or whatever, kind of try to be a mentor or whatever with Brandon. And he's coming up on a live on Monday to just talk about a lot of different stuff that has gone down recently, because law enforcement has also talked to Daniel Guthrie while they came to town. So we're going to be going over all of that on Monday's live.
Wow. So that'll be very interesting. So we'll have to make sure that what time will that be?
It's 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, so I'm up here in the Pacific Northwest. I know Idaho time is like 7 o'clock, and so is Montana. So it'll be 7 o'clock for Dan and 6 o'clock here.
Okay, so I think it'll be okay. Wait, we have Eastern, Central, Mountain,
Mountain time, I
and
think, is where Idaho and Montana is. Where are you
okay,
at?
and then I'm Eastern. I'm in Indiana, so I would be 4 hours, I
So
think,
it's going to
ahead of you.
be 3.
3 hours
It'll be
ahead.
3.
Okay, so 9
Yeah,
o'clock.
Mountain time's going to be an hour ahead. Central time's 2 hours ahead. Eastern time's 3 hours ahead. So it'll be 9 p.m. Monday for you.
Okay, awesome. And I dropped your link
So
in the
we're on the
chat. So
opposite. Thank you.
yes,
Yeah, if you guys have any more questions, I'll answer anything you guys want to know while I'm up here. I don't want to take up too much of your time. I really appreciate you going over the live. I mean, I'll say it up here. You know, anything I ever do on Monkey, like share, go over, put in your own commentary. I don't care. As long as it's being shared, that's all that Brandi and the Vaughan family wants. That's all that I want. You don't have to ask my permission. You don't have to put my links in. You don't have to do whatever. Just share Monkey. Like, that's what it's about. All of this
right,
is for the Vaughan family and for Michael. And, you know, I know, like, when I had Brandon up and I was asking him questions, and now that I've had Misty up, I'm already getting some hateful and some heat. You know, people think that I'm on Brandon's side or Misty's side, and that's just not. It's just not true. I'm not on anybody's side. I just have a platform for anybody to feel comfortable to come up and talk. So I'm not gonna sit there, you know, like talking with Misty tonight. I'm not going to sit there and blow out all my opinions and throw her all these facts and throw all kinds of shade at her to try to get her to change her mind about how she feels about Brandon
right,
or what she feels is true. That's not my job. My job is to give her a place to talk, for information to come out in Michael's case. You know,
yeah.
there's a lot of
And
things
that's
that you find out when you talk to people. You
right.
know,
And that's what
that
I was
you got to
saying
keep
when you were in
talking.
the chat. Like, you do such an amazing job that I couldn't do it. You know, like, you have a special quality about you that you're able to do that, to give a platform where you're not making snide comments or, you know, talking under your breath, or, you know, like, you don't make them feel uncomfortable. You know, they know that you have their best interest when they're on your panel. And that's a huge
Right.
thing. You know, that's very huge. So I appreciate that you can do that. And it's it's enjoyable to be able to watch you do that, you know?
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. You know, that's all I'm trying to do is, you know, be there for Monkey and, you know, just try to, you know, do the best that I can to bring forth any new information in Monkey's case, or if there's any kind of movement to make sure that public knows about it.
Right. Well, and it's just like when Stacey was making his rounds, you know, he was on
Oh,
everybody's
good
panel.
Lord.
You know, the Brooks got a horrible attack because she was talking to him, and, you know, she was sweet talking to him. She was talking to him how she felt like he needed to be talked to be able to get
Exactly.
information from him, you know, and
I have
that's
said a dozen times that she was one of the best people to have put him up and talked to him, because she kept him comfortable. She kept him talking, and she kept
yeah,
him talking and talking. I mean, there's almost 11 hours worth of Stacey Wondra talking.
right.
Amazing job keeping him talking.
Yep. And when Justin had him on, Justin did really good with him too. And then Josh joined and he was like, "Wait, give me time first." Because Josh is more like me, where, you know, like, no bullshit. I'm gonna call you out on your shit. And so, you
Right.
know, he gave him about an hour, and then Josh came up there and slammed him. So, that's how that worked out.
Yeah, and I mean, and Josh almost got him to fold about the, Michael being buried in the backyard and stuff. He was so close to getting,
Yeah.
Stacey Wondra to fold.
Yeah, he did. And it was nice watching good cop, bad cop, like I don't know. It
Right.
was just, it worked out perfectly for that. And he
Well, that
stuttered
was
so
exactly what it
much.
is, It's exactly what it is, because you have Justin that just uses that so calm and, beautiful man's voice, and then, Josh playing bad cop. It was perfect. It was absolutely perfect. It's actually one of my most favorite interviews that is done with Stacey Wondra. But I do believe that Brooks did an amazing job just keeping him talking. And, the fact that Stacey ended up mentioning seeing a little boy in the neighborhood. I mean, law
Yep.
enforcement didn't even know that until they heard that on that live.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
Hi,
he
Eker.
put his own nail in the coffin.
Well, that's good. I'm glad that they're paying attention and, listening to every word that's being said. That's very reassuring, because we assume that they are anyway. Hi, wee Scottish Ma. And right, and Fed Up Buttercup said, like I say, Misty doesn't know Brandon in 5 months' time. People can put on any kind of act, and that's what's scary. Meeting a stranger to date, you can't judge a book by its cover. That is so true.
Right.
Look at how many mom's boyfriends are killing mom's child, or dad's girlfriend is I just watched a video tonight of dad's girlfriend was abusing his daughter, and he knew it was happening, but she was the one doing it, like that happens all the time, because you don't get to know the person. You just, no way. I'm so thankful that, like, when I met my husband, my daughter was 4 years old. We dated for 6 months before he even met my daughter, like,
Yeah.
5 months and you're having a miscarriage of twins, like, and then I heard her say something about it was a good thing, but not, like she was almost happy that
because,
she had the miscarriage.
well, I don't want to talk about her. Well, I don't want to talk about her business or whatever, but it had been only 5 months and she got
Right.
pregnant.
No,
and
I
she got pregnant
understand.
right after they got together. So,
Right. Yep. I understand exactly what she was saying. She said she has a lot of stuff going on in her life right now, on top of this issue with Brandon. So I totally get, like, a blessing in disguise, unfortunately, like bittersweet type thing. So I get what she was saying. I've had a miscarriage and I don't wish that upon anybody. So
Yeah,
for
me
her to
too.
be
It's heartbreaking.
right, but for her to be comfortable with it, knowing that it's possibly a blessing in disguise, like that's a good thing, I guess.
Well, she's going to be having that neck surgery and stuff too, and they weren't sure if they were going to even be able to do the neck surgery with her pregnant, and she has to get this neck surgery done.
Right.
It's something that has to be done.
Right.
So,
yeah, that's important for sure. There was something else that I wanted to ask, and I can't think of what it was now. Do you guys have any questions for Samantha while she's up here? Tammy hopped down. She didn't tell me this until just a few minutes ago in back chat.
I know, I almost thought that I lost my picture, and then I noticed that your friend hopped down, and I was like, oh no, did I run somebody away?
No, she told me, she put in back chat that she said, I have to go. I have to be up by 7 a.m. LOL. Nice to have met you, Samantha. And I said, 7 a.m. Girl, sweet dreams. Thank you so much for coming up. And
Oh
she
yeah,
said,
because
tell
it's almost
Samantha
1
thank
o'clock
you.
here, so it's like 4 a.m. in the morning there, isn't it, almost?
Yeah, it's 4 a.m. for me, so it was almost 3 a.m. for her. And she has to be up at 7.
Oh my
She didn't tell me
goodness.
that. I would have kicked her ass
You
off
were a
panel a long
night
time
owl.
ago. I am.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions. I was just scrolling through. I saw that Lab After Dark was on, and then right underneath it, I saw you went live, and I saw that you were sharing this, and I was like, oh, I'll pop over and tell her thank you for sharing. And then I came into you guys talking about things, and I'm like, oh shit, oh shit.
Yeah, you came in at the craziest time. When she said that, how on earth can you compare Brandon Shurtliff to Michael Joseph Vaughan? Like, I will never understand that. I will never forgive that. I'm sorry if that offends her, but I said a big F you for doing that. Like, shame on you
Yeah.
for that. Brandon is not a sweet,
Well,
innocent little boy.
he's definitely not a little boy. That is for sure. And he's far from innocent, even if, we're not talking about the Michael Vaughan case. I mean,
Right.
he has drank, he has done drugs. I mean, he's hung around with RSOs. I mean, not an innocent person by all means. I mean, the people that he hangs around speaks for that.
Right. Absolutely. So
You
Fed
know,
Up
I
Buttercup, Fed Up
oh, go ahead.
Buttercup is asking, do you know when Brandon met the Wondras?
I do not know when Brandon met the Wanderers. I know that there was some kind of Craigslist ad of some sort, and it had to do with them needing help with like doing some moving or something, and I think that's how they met, but I've never been able to verify that, and I don't even know when it was. So, yeah, I don't really have an answer for that.
Okay. I don't think it was too long before. Like, I want to say, for
I
some
want
reason,
to
I'm
say they've
thinking that
known each other for like a year.
that's what I was about to say. Like, within a year before Monkey was abducted.
Yeah. That's what I want to say too, but like I can't verify that. I've never found any proof of it, but I know that I have heard by very resourceful people that he knew them for about a year.
Okay.
I
And
don't know when
Kelly,
he started staying with him or anything though.
right. Callie said, I wonder why Misty's picture changed when she lost connection and came back. I noticed that too because her eyes are very different in both pictures. In the picture that's on the
I
screen
think
right
she
now,
switched phones.
she
I think
has,
she had to switch phones.
see her eye makeup in this picture is very
Uh-huh.
dark outlined. In the other one,
Mm-hmm.
look,
Yeah,
I'll
she
skip
almost has
forward.
like more of a reddish orange color or something to her hair and stuff. And yeah, I think she might have had to switch phones. She was having problems. I mean, we were backstage for 40 minutes before the live. She was so nervous. She wanted to
Oh
make sure
no.
that she had a good connection, that everything was good, so we didn't run into any problems because before Brandon had came up, we had some technical difficulties and he couldn't figure out even how to get in alive, so that made her really nervous. She wanted to make sure she was coming in early, that everything was fixed, and for that entire 40 minutes she would get on and she'd drop off, she'd get on and drop off, and we couldn't figure out what it was. Then there turned out to be an echo, and she kept trying to find her headphones, and then she finally found her headphones, and then the echo went away, but she kept falling off, and I'm like, well, maybe you need to switch phones. And we went back and forth with both of her phones, and I said, maybe you need to move, like where you're sitting or where like your area, like maybe Wi-Fi was like kicking her off or something. And as soon as she
Right.
moved, everything started to work, the echo was gone, and that's when she was able to go live. Yeah, she was really nervous. We were in backstage for a good 40 minutes.
Well, that's good though. That shows that she was determined to come up. She wanted to come up. She wanted to be
Yeah.
able to talk
Yeah.
and share what she knows. And so that I appreciate, like I don't want it to seem like I'm, total like against Misty, because that's not what it is.
Yeah.
I feel like she's just from the little bit that I've heard and the little bit that I've played on normal speed here, I feel like she's just very naive and She wants to believe that Brandon's being honest. She wants to believe that he wouldn't have anything to do with hurting a child. Hi, R. Taylor. And she, I think that she's just naive, and that sucks
Well,
for
doesn't
her
love do
because,
that to you too?
yeah, but that's
When
really
you are in
quick.
love with
5
someone, that
months.
can do that. Yeah. Yeah, and I understand that too. I just think when people are in love with each other, sometimes they're just blinded by it all. And maybe that's what it is. I don't know what it is. But
Yeah. Oh, Fed Up Buttercup said, do you know how he met the Wondras?
no, I don't. I've heard something about a Craigslist ad and him responding to it to help them like do some moving stuff or something. But I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, I don't remember if he said anything. I want to say that he said something on JLR's on how they met,
Yeah.
but I don't remember either. Is Brandi out of the hospital?
Brandi is home.
Good. Did
Brandi
she
is
get
home.
can you give an update on Brandi? Like, I don't know.
She hasn't given me a permission to like give an update on anything. I just know that she's been very sick this last week. She has not been doing good. She's tired, but she is home and she's resting. I was actually shocked to even see her in chat tonight, honestly. But she's okay right now. And we just got to keep praying for Brandi,
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely. I pray for Brandi daily. I mean, on a daily
me too.
basis. I was saying earlier in my stream when we started this live stream, Brandi is the first parent that I have come across during a case where my heart shattered for her. When I heard her talk, when I heard her son's story, it was like she captured my heart like no other in any other case. And like, I don't talk to people involved in cases. I just cover cases. So I did reach out to Brandi
Right.
at one point, and she is the only parent that I have reached out to and invited her to join me on panel, which that's what I was asking you about recently, or more recently on Facebook. I want to go through and do a timeline breakdown. So for anybody who's new to the case, like right now I'm doing Summerwell's timeline breakdown, but it's a series. We're going back to when the parents were born all the way up until current time. So that's going to be a longer series. But I wanted to do
Right.
a timeline of July 27th, to current, and just hitting the major bullet points for people who were new to Monkey's case that, just wanted to catch up. And so I had invited her on a while ago. It's been a long time ago, before we knew that she was ill. And she didn't respond, which that was okay, and I think everything happens for a reason. So that's why when I found your channel, I was like, this case way better than I do, and so it would be an honor for you to like do a collab with me to put all of this information together. I want to do monkey justice. I want to make sure that everything that is in, and I want to try to do it as a live stream, and everything that's in there is correct to the best of our knowledge, and and just try to, kind of wrap it in a bow as far as we can.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I mean, anything that you want to know about it, with everything going on, I don't know about live streams or when you're like talking about doing it. I know things for me and Michael's case right now is really, really busy. And that I have started to go live a little bit more than I used to, because I usually only go live like once a week or once every even a couple of weeks. But, I'm trying to get that awareness out there, keep it out there for Monkey, because it seems like if lives aren't consistent with him, that the algorithm slows down so much that it's hurting the awareness.
Yeah.
But
Oh, yeah.
I'm more than happy to like help you, with any of that. Even if I just end up giving you the information that you need to do it or whatever, if I have
Okay.
it, or because yeah, the timeline is something, especially for the day of July 27th, 2021. Putting that
Right.
time together, that timeline just for that day itself is insane, because we don't know what happened, because Stacey Wondra is a liar and he's lied about everything. And
Yeah.
Brandon and Stacey's stories contradict one another, and their times contradict one another. What
Yep.
Sarah says contradicts what they're saying. What Adrian, you know what I mean? So it's like you have all these different contradictions. So how do you know what's true and what's not true? And the only thing you can do is just keep going over the information that we have and talking about it more and more and more. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to do the Stacey Wondra YouTube shit show series of him jumping
Right.
around, to all of these different creators, because I wanted other people to help me look and watch, because I had already watched them so many times. It's like, maybe if we have other people help us look for slips and everything else. And we did catch quite a few that none of us had ever caught before, including the fact that Stacey almost says Adrian's name one time when he's talking about leaving and going to Kuna. He almost says Adrian's name. Like, now I'm wondering, because I have always wondered, was Adrian in the truck too to go to Kuna? And now that we know he slipped and almost said his name, I just sit there now and I'm just like, what the hell was, where was he really? Because at first you heard he wasn't there. Then you heard that, or wasn't, in Fruitland at the Wonders house. And then you hear that Adrian was at the house. And now you're hearing him make this slip that he was in the truck. So yeah, where the hell was Adrian Lucian after
Right.
Michael's abduction?
Right. I agree. The only thing that we have about Adrian is that one picture by Applebee's. And that's it. I mean, we have nothing else. We have text messages between Adrian and Stacey where Adrian was saying, you guys did this. You guys hurt this little boy. You need to
Yeah.
clean this up, or whatever he had said. But that's it. Otherwise, we don't have it. And I actually, with my content, I am the same way. If you want to play anything off of my channel, feel free. Don't ask, just play it. Share it, whatever you got to do.
Yeah.
I have this video that I made, let me see, back on February 6th last year. And I went through and clipped every time he was on panel and what the timeline was. And I documented every time that he stated. And you can see, if we get up to like right here, here's the timelines that they left for Kuna in green.
Yeah.
Here's
I
the time
always
that he got
watch your little
home.
shorts and clips. You've done such an amazing job on your shorts with your times and the way you piece them together. I wish I had. I'm pretty handy when I do my TikToks and put together my clips and stuff, but you do such an amazing job putting together those shorts and putting so much information into all those in your videos, and the way you're doing your clips. I just don't have the time to spend so much time to do it. You do such an amazing job. I love it.
Well, I appreciate that. This video here is all of his interviews that he had done up to this point, because I think that there was still, like 3 more interviews that I had not put on. The last 3 that he did, because I did them in order. And so I can send you the link to this video if you want to check it out. But I go through and literally break it down, and then I break down my thoughts after hearing all of his timeline assumptions, because he never told the same story twice, ever. It was never the same timeline. And so after he broke it down and I put all of the home from Taxi Run, left for Kuna, home from Kuna, then I went through and I put what I thought the timeline was, from deduction and the factual information and all of that. So, this video, I feel like it's, uh-oh, you lost me, Link. Okay. Oh, thank you, Grammy. Thank you. You remember this one, Eve? I will definitely share the link. Drop it in the chat. But this was one of the videos that I think I worked the hardest on, just because I felt like it was so important because of the way that he kept changing the timeline. There she is. She's back. Welcome back.
I didn't know that I couldn't check my text messages while I was on my phone, and Brandi just messaged me, and I was looking to see if it was something important because it's so late, and it kicked me off as soon as I checked. So.
Oh no.
Oh.
Well, that's okay.
Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. I put the link in the chat, and I can send it to you on Facebook if you need me to. But it's in the chat right now. So, is everything okay with Brandi?
Yeah, she's fine.
Okay.
She was just thanking me again for the live.
Okay. I worry so much about her. My gosh.
I do too.
I've never heard that Brandon left Sarah and Stacey's house that night. So Brandon, according to Stacey, Brandon and Sarah left the house that night when they got back to go involve themselves in the search for Monkey.
Kelly, it blew my mind. It was all like, yeah, I just wanted her to talk more about it. Like, what was she talking about that night? Like, and then when I re-listened to it all, I'm like, holy shit.
Right.
Because it was one of the questions that I asked Brandon on the live that I had with him. Did you leave the house on July 27th, like the day that Michael was abducted? Did you leave the house that night, or did you stay the night at the house that night? And it was one of the questions. He said, I'll have to get back to you on that. So when she said this, I was just like, wow.
And see, that's the thing, like, they can't tell the same story twice, like, how are we supposed to believe them and have their back and support them if all they're going to do is play games? Well, I'm not for sure, or, well, dodging questions, or trying to change the subject, or talking in circles to answer.
Yeah.
It blows my mind.
They know they've spoken with law enforcement. They know what they have said to law enforcement. You can't keep, I don't know, it's deflection. It's what people do to hide something.
Right.
Because if you are a parent and your child goes missing, you're automatically a suspect. Everybody knows that. You investigate you first, and you have two choices. You can cooperate with law enforcement, and they can move on to look for, the suspect, the person of interest, or whatever, and make a check that you're not the person of interest. Or you cannot answer questions and everything, and then you end up on that list of suspects or person of interest. And it's the same with this case. You have to cooperate and get checked off. And if you're not cooperating, why aren't you cooperating? That's huge red flags, because you either need to cooperate or you don't. And I really think that that's why Misty and Brandon argue so much, is because she really wants him to clear his name if he didn't do anything. And I think it bothers her. I really do. I really think it bothers her that he's not doing it.
Well, yeah. I mean, it would bother me. I don't think that I could be with somebody who was a suspect in a homicide, especially of a child, and then them not want to clear their name, them not want to go up and try to help law enforcement find out what happened to this innocent baby.
Yeah, the conversation that Misty and I had after the live, because I called her, we talked for about 15 minutes, and, we went over this again, this whole, like, he needs to go clear his name. I said, Misty, him not clearing his name makes him look guilty.
Yeah. Yep.
And she
I mean,
says, I know it does.
Even if he would go to law enforcement with an attorney, like, I'm not going to be mad at anybody who wants to exercise their rights. Take your attorney with you, but go talk to law enforcement. Why are you putting this off for so long?
Yeah, and I mean, he even has texted with Brandi and stuff, and it's just, he knows this mama is just waiting to have some answers, so why not go clear your name, and give Brandi and the Vaughan family that respect, at least, like, do it for them. If you can't do it for yourself, like, go talk to them.
Right. Yep. And C-Star, right, how did he go back without a car? So he would have had a vehicle to leave because his car was broken down. So if he left the 27th alone, then he would have had to have used one of their vehicles.
Which he used all the time because, he drove around there. Well, they used regular cars and called it their taxi service and stuff. They had that LLC or whatever. But yeah, it would have had to have been one of their vehicles. Exactly.
Yep. And Grammy's right. Sarah could have gone with him too. Hi, any old time.
Well, Chris Madonna, when he's talking to Stacey Wondra in the confession footage that was just released, he says, he says something about, like, why did they bring Michael back here, talking about Fruitland and the Wanderer's house. Why did they, plural, bring Michael back here the next day?
Oh, he did?
Yes. When you hear Chris Madonna talking to him, he said, so you told me that Brandon bound Michael up in the
Right.
spare room.
Right. I remember
I
that part.
don't understand why they brought Michael back here the next day.
So my stomach just dropped. So, I have psychic medium abilities also. And I know some people don't believe, and that's okay. But when I first learned about the case and Stacey was doing his rounds, that was one of the reasons why I wanted to get the factual part of it as correct as I possibly could, because I had my own intuition. And I had said that they picked Monkey up when they left the neighborhood between 6:45 and 7 p.m., drove to Kuna, took Monkey in the house, but okay, trigger warning. I think Monkey was in the duffel bag, and Brandon set the duffel bag down on the ground outside of the garage when he went to type in the code or unlock the door or whatever he had done, but I think it was on the side inside the fence. They go in the garage and they put him in the house. Then they went back the next morning and got him and brought him back to Kuna and buried him in their backyard. And then when Stacey,
you're one of many, 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 many people that have said exactly that also. That is a lot of people's theory.
Yeah,
because why
it
else
seems
would the cadaver
logical.
dogs hit at Tina Mariel's,
Right. But we don't know if they hit inside of the house, right?
From what I understand, it was some kind of drainage pipe or something outside of the house.
Yeah, I don't think it was the pipe. I think it was the ground where the bag was sitting. But because she had blamed it on a leaky toilet. I will never forget that. I
Yeah.
read that article. But then when Stacey was in jail and Stacey said Adrian was involved in that body cam footage recently that we saw, I don't think it was Adrian. I think it was Brandon and Sarah. I think Sarah said, "Hey, Brandon, I need your help. We need to move Monkey from the backyard, or move that kid," is usually how they refer to him, right? And I'm worried that he's buried in the cemetery. So I'm worried that they removed him from the backyard when Stacey was in jail because they knew that Stacey was the weak link and that Stacey would try to get a deal. And then I'm worried that they put it in the cemetery that Brandon's family owns or owned.
Yeah, I've talked about that cemetery too in lives that I've
That's
done.
scary.
Or actually, I've talked about it in a live, and I think I've actually done a short on it too about that cemetery. You know, there's
Right.
the thing is we can theorize and we can speculate on so many things, and it's what we're left to do because, you know, unfortunately none of the suspects have been truthful in things that they have said. Otherwise, you know, we still wouldn't be sitting here today because
Right.
somebody knows something.
Exactly. And C-Star, I think that's what they did when Stacey was saying that Brandon left his laundry in the washer at his mom's. I don't believe that at all. I don't think he did laundry whatsoever. I think that that was him trying to tell a little bit of a truth with a lie.
Mm-hmm.
He's good at that. He tries to put a little bit of a truth in there, and you have to decipher what's the truth and what's the lie. And hi, Pam.
Yeah, and Brandon told me, you know, I didn't do any laundry that night. And if I did, it was laundry that was already there. I didn't take any laundry there. And he did it without having that weird voice that he gets when he's nervous or when he's lying. I believed him when he said it, is all I gotta say. When he told me
Right.
he did not do any laundry when he went there to the house. And if I did, it was laundry that was already there. I didn't pack clothes up to go wash laundry.
Right. Yeah, I believe that too. I don't think he did laundry at all. I think because Stacey even lied about that. He said when they went to the house that Sarah went in and used the bathroom. Then later when he was talking to Hidden True Crime and she asked him about that, he was like, "I never said Sarah used the bathroom there. Sarah peed on the side of the road when we were fixing the toe strap." No, you
Yeah,
didn't.
and he also told Dolly Vision that him and Sarah sat inside the truck. And that neither of them went inside.
Yep,
And
that's what he told Justin too.
And then Brandon told us that Stacey went inside the house. And that is the first and one and only time was during that live that Stacey got ever put into the house in Cuna.
Yeah. I think they all three went in the house. I think they all three had to go in the house.
Mm-hmm.
Because they were all three involved. I don't believe Adrian was there. When Stacey was telling the police that Adrian helped dig the hole, I don't believe that Adrian was there on the 27th when Monkey was abducted.
I believe that Adrian has knowledge of something. But the one thing about everything is, out of all four suspects, Adrian's the only one that says the same thing and has always said the same thing, and that is that he was set up. His story has never ever changed. It's never veered. He's never, he's just always said that he was set up, and even though he's a quiet guy, whatever, I believe he saw something and knows something.
Yeah, I think that they talked about it.
Yeah. Do I think that Adrian knows where Monkey is? I don't. I do not believe
No,
that.
I don't either. I don't either. Even when Justin was live and had Stacey on panel, Adrian came into the chat.
Oh yeah, I remember
And
that.
yeah, and I'm a moderator, so I could see the messages that didn't come through that were held for review. And I'm pretty sure that I screenshot them because Justin didn't believe that it was Adrian, because Justin had been trying to communicate with Adrian by email. And so he was like, that's not the real Adrian, it's not him. But it was him. I believe it was
Yeah, it
him.
absolutely was. I do too. It was Adrian Lucifer Lucian, and that is
Yep.
the same exact name that he used on TikTok for a very long time.
Right. And I know I'm going to have to go back through my screenshots, but I
And the
know that I
look
have
on
the
Stacey's
screenshot.
face.
Oh, yeah.
The look on
Oh,
Stacey's face when he thought Adrian was there was like, what? What? They don't want Adrian to
priceless.
talk. They do not
Nope.
want Adrian to talk. You want to know why? Because he didn't have anything. In my opinion, I will say this. In my opinion, they do not want Adrian to talk because Adrian has knowledge of everything that happened, like the abduction and possibly even Michael's murder. But he wasn't involved in either, and he's the one that can flip on all three of them.
Right.
That's my personal opinion.
Yep, I agree. And that's why he was saying in the text messages, you need to own up to what you did. They're looking at me wanting to talk to me about this. You need to fix
Exactly.
this. So
Yeah,
I believe him.
I believe he was there. I think that, they were maybe possibly looking for someone to do some kind of, ladies of the night type thing. And then I think that one of them made the rash decision when they saw Michael in the neighborhood to take him instead. And that's where the plan they had originally had with Adrian went bad. And it ended up being a kid instead of what they had originally talked about. That's what I think. And that's just my opinion.
Oh,
That's not law enforcement. That's not anybody telling me anything. That's completely my own theory. Just that somebody decided to take Michael. And I think where the panic set in, I mean, could you imagine 4 people all doing methamphetamines, and somebody takes it upon themselves to abduct the child, Michael, from their neighborhood? Can
right.
you imagine law enforcement and people looking for the child in the neighborhood? Panic has done set in. You're hearing people call out Michael's name. They're looking for him. I mean, that panic in itself, 1 or 2 or 3, who knows, of them were probably like, oh my God, what the F did you just do? Like, you abducted him, but from here, like from our neighbor, like what? They're
Right.
going to be looking for him. We got to get him out of here, or however it went. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think that, yeah, exactly. I think that Adrian has a criminal mindset, but he's no dummy. Like he's street smart. He knows you just fucked up. Like why would you do something so ignorant? And I just found his messages too. Because when Justin said he didn't believe that it was Adrian, he said, if it's Adrian, then come on panel. And he dropped the link. And Adrian said, I ain't stupid. No interviews for this N-word. 3 middle finger emojis. I spoke to the pigs. And then he was hidden after that because Justin didn't believe that it was him. But when he first came into chat, he said, the first message said, trying to set me up. Then he said, y'all took that boy. Then he said, lies. And then that's when he said that he wasn't
You're
stupid.
blowing my
He wasn't
mind right
doing
now, Mandy.
He
Oh
wasn't doing
God,
interviews.
you're blowing my mind. I didn't know any of that. I mean, I knew he came into chat. I had no clue what he was saying. So he's saying y'all took him. Y'all took that boy. He's saying I talked to the pigs. Now, I have heard he talked to law enforcement through an attorney when he finally decided to like talk to law enforcement. But some of the things you're saying to me are blowing my mind. Just absolutely blowing my mind.
I'm trying
That
to
is
upload
crazy.
it right now so I can put it on the screen, because I also found the text messages, the screenshot that I have between him and so
Have you
I'll
ever
put these up
shared
here.
that publicly? I mean, does Justin care if you share that stuff publicly? I'm just curious because if you don't mind and Justin don't mind, I would love to have that information. So I
There's
can
only
talk
one
about
message.
that.
Yeah, there was only one
Oh,
message
okay.
that was held for. So that's the one where he said that he wasn't doing any interviews, and it was held because he used the N-word. So I
Oh,
don't think that
gotcha.
Justin would have an issue with it, but all the other ones were public. So let me pull this up here real
Yeah,
quick,
because I'm interested in the
and
one
I'll
where
show
he
you.
said, y'all took that kid. That's the one I'm interested in
Yeah.
seeing because I am just blown away right now. And I'm blown away by that because I have something similar that is recent. I can't say too much more about it, but I will say I have something that almost says the exact same thing that is recent. And I want to compare.
Well,
Yeah, that's crazy.
okay, so when he first, I have him in order here. So I gotta move these over. But these are all the screenshots right here. So this is the text that was between him and Stacey. So it has his name up here at the top. And I don't know what the top says, but funky with you. Now you gonna have hella lawyer fees, and eye roll emoji. And then, did y'all really kill that baby boy, or did y'all just like relocate him somewhere else? Y'all so effed probably up for harming kids, WTF. Then the response, how the boy die, answer that. I don't know why you even think I had anything to do with taking him. And then he said, let's not forget about Brandon. And that's the only screenshot that I have of the text.
I'm wondering, I think I have that message, but I don't have what was said in chat on, yeah, Stacey, yep, Justin's live.
Okay, well, here it is. We got trying to set me up.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the only comment on that. It's like one screenshot, or I mean, one comment per screenshot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then that was the last one. And then that was the one held.
Look how handy's man. I love it. Look at how you're moving all those around so gracefully and everything. Like, I do not even know how to do any of that with my computer, what you're doing right now. You are so tech savvy. I wish I could learn how to do that shit.
Girl, this is
Yep,
Canva,
Adrian
and
is
it's super easy to learn. I
You've
am
got
not tech
Canva
savvy
up there
at
right
all.
now?
Yeah, this is Canva.
So
And
you
it's so
throw
cool because I
Canva
can
up.
upload it. I can upload it from my phone
So
because
you
I
throw
have
Canva
everything on my
up.
phone.
Right. So you
Mhm.
throw Canva up and share your screen, and then you're able to put all of these, onto your whatever blank thing, and then you can move it around because you're on Canva.
Yes.
Oh my good Lord. I bet you I can figure that out now. See,
Yeah.
imagine that.
And there's different, like you
Oh.
can do it as a presentation. Right now, I just have this as a YouTube thumbnail canvas because that was the last thing I had used. So it was the first thing that popped up. But usually I do it as a presentation. So like in my Summer Wells timeline, I have like 45 pages, and I have several
Mhm.
pictures on each page. So that way we can go from one page to the other. Like I have all of Dawn's mugshots on one page, all of Candace's mugshots on one page, and then I have the timeline,
Mhm.
like, the actual timeline on another page. So you can go from page to
Right.
page with the pictures. So
That's awesome. And
this
I
was
can
that one.
verify right now that Lucian profile that he has right there, that Adrian Lucian, that is one of his profiles. That picture. He
I'm pretty
uses
sure I
some really
even clicked
strange
on it,
profile.
and I think I got the link that was attached to it. Like as a moderator, you can click on the name in the chat and go to the page.
Right.
And so I'm pretty sure that I did that. And so
And then he
here, this
says
one
lies.
this one is 2. So he said lies first, and then he said y'all took that boy.
Wow.
So that one has the 2 messages in there. And then the one held for review, and then when he got blocked. And then he was unhidden, but he didn't say anything after he was unhidden. Now this one has the N-word in it with an A, not a hard ER, obviously. But that's where he said that he spoke to the pigs.
That's crazy. Yeah.
But that
See, I
was
haven't
him.
seen these.
I don't think anybody saw him except for, that one message there, the moderators were the only ones, I don't even know that Justin was aware of everything. I might have sent him the screenshots afterwards because I usually do that. I'm pretty sure I probably did. But so there he was hidden, and then he was unhidden. I didn't screenshot that one. But after that, he didn't say anything else. So
Yeah, I recently had him show up. So I have a Michael Vaughan Facebook group. The name of it is Michael Vaughan Case Revisited. And I woke up one morning and there was a post. And I was like, what the heck? What is this? And all it was like praying hands and like a broken heart thing or something. And then I'm looking at this profile and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is Adrian. What the hell? And I immediately, as admin, stop all comments so nobody can comment because I don't want him to run. Because he's came
right.
into Michael's group. He made this post and I immediately messaged him and I was just like, hey man, I saw you came in and you posted, and I tried to like have a conversation with him, kept trying to reach out to him in Messenger over and over and over and over again. Right after Brandon's live that I did with Brandon, that post, he came back into Michael Vaughan's group and deleted his post. Well, thank God I already had screenshots.
Well,
Is all
yeah.
I'm going to say.
Wow.
Already had screenshots of it all. I even took screenshots that, he had deleted his thing because, you can get into your Facebook when you're an admin of a group or whatever, and you can see like the history of things that people had done. So even though he left the group, he was still there. He was a visitor, so I could still click on him for being a visitor, and it showed his movement within the group, and it showed that he deleted that whole post. And I was just like, oh wow, you didn't like Brandon talking, did you? Like, what the hell? But
Well,
what
that's
he's
interesting,
saying,
though.
yeah, like, why did you come in to Michael's group? Obviously he's still
Well,
watching, because
right.
this is within the last couple of months.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It shows that he's still paying attention to what's going on YouTube and on Facebook for him to be able to pay attention to that. I'm gonna mute real quick. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I can still hear you because I have my earbud in, but I have to run to the potty real quick. So go ahead and finish what you were saying.
No
I'm
worries.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're fine. It was just really weird to see him come in and, make a post in a Michael Vaughan group and then just come in and delete it. Kelly says here, I still wonder if Stacey's pick times were changed. Me too, Kelly, because we have proven, many people have proven that you can get in your phone, change the time and the date on your pictures, on your information in your phone. I think there is a way for, like, say, law enforcement, if they got a hold of your phone, I'm sure they could tell in some way, shape, or form, technology could tell that stuff was changed. But I still wonder if there were things that were changed when, everybody was reviewing what was in his phone. Because what was in his phone was a GPS picture of him parked in a park in Payette, kitty corner from Albertsons, where Brandi was working on July 27th, 2021, the day Michael was abducted, at a skate park for over 2 hours. And to me, that's huge, especially after, he's already been seen at the splash pad earlier that day. What is a grown-ass man doing at a skate park just sitting in his car for over 2 hours?
Yeah, that was
And
when he had
especially
said
when
that. Sorry, that was when he said that he had stopped to get something to eat, but we compared the bricks. I pulled up
That's right.
the map and went to the bricks of that restaurant and to the grocery store, and they matched the grocery store, definitely not the restaurant.
Right. Wasn't that you in Crime Sleuthing?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you guys did a great job going through everything that was on his phone and talking about it and, being able to find that lie that he said that he was eating at what was it, an A&W in Ontario, when in all actuality he was in Payette eating somewhere else or whatever.
Yep. And he said that he took that picture of Brandon's car when they were stopped, when the tow strap had broken, and it wasn't a part that he had taken a picture of. I'm trying to find it right here on this video because I break it all down here. Let's go back here.
Yeah, I remember everybody talking about it being a part, but it was like the VIN number of the car or something, right?
Yeah, it was because when he had shared the picture of it and on Justin's, I just saw Brandon sitting back there, on Justin's stream. And so when Justin was pulling it up and he was, Justin's not very car savvy under the hood. He knows his cars. He just doesn't know under the hood very much. And so when he was talking about, well, his spark plugs were blown, and he was like, well, why couldn't he just get new ones? And he was like, you have to take them out. They were blown out. Like, you have to have a tool to take out a spark plug, and Justin's like, oh, well, I don't know that. So then when he saw that picture, it didn't click with him. But when I saw it, I was like, I've never seen a part like that. Now, I'm not familiar with Mercedes, so it may be, something different. But I Googled it and ended up finding out what year it was registered to, and when it was registered, and like I found the whole deal. But this part right here talks about when he said that he took the time, or took the picture of it and the time on it, and this is what I think he changed. This is the time that I think he changed on this picture here. And yes, law enforcement can definitely find out, because when we go in, like when you take a picture, it puts the date and the time down to the second that you took that image. And if you have your location on, even if you don't, it may still, but it gets your location too. On my phone, I have an Android. On my phone, I can turn location on or off when I take pictures. Well, I leave it on because that way it can group things together, depending on which city I was in, if I was at home or if I was at a different location. So for me to search, it makes it easier for me. But I think he went in there and he changed it and then tried to play dumb and act like he didn't change it and he was pulling it up in his Google Photos, you know, and you can change it in your Google Photos. So, but I'm gonna play
Well, and
just
the
a
thing
second of
was, is
this to play that part.
when he was sharing it all, he didn't realize people are very determined. We are all,
Oh
as
yeah,
creators, following Michael Vaughan's case, determined to find out the truth. And here's Crime Sleuthin' and Justin slowing the reels down. We're gonna
yep,
slow this whole little, you know, screen thing you sent us. We're gonna slow this shit down so much we're gonna be able to screenshot everything on your damn phone. That is how
yep,
determined Monkey's army is. And that's, you know, we're never going away and we're never going to stop. And any chance we get to do something like that, we're going to do it. You know, it was an
right,
amazing thing that they did when they were able to slow those reels down. And they spent hours and hours and hours and hours and hours slowing that reel down to get all the pictures that they did.
yep. I know. I helped Crime Sleuthin' do that because they did it on a live stream, but then she uploaded the recording. And she said, go through and see what you can get. And, you know, so I slowed it down too, and I did it myself. And then when we were doing the bricks, she and we sat on a private StreamYard for like 3 or 4 hours. And we were going through that
Oh, wow.
neighborhood. We were actually trying to find where the picture was taken of the guy that everybody says is Brandon walking, because we weren't for sure where that house was. I still don't think I know where that house is or where that camera is. But
So
we
I
looked
just
for
got told
hours.
recently where that camera is. Literally within the last 3 days, I have been told where that second camera is. And if you go into the splash pad on Google, go into the splash pad, and when you look to the west, yes, the west, you're gonna see a row of houses in the back of their houses, and there's a white
Yes.
house, and it had a camera on the back of it. That is where the second camera is. So they have the
Gotcha.
CCTV camera. Yeah, they have that CCTV camera that's on the east of 8th, and then there's that camera that's on the back of the house. A matter of fact, I was told that by Callie, sweet Callie. I love her so much. We talk all the time. We act like we've known each other for years and years and years, and we get on the phone and talk like little girls like we did last night till 2, 3
Let's jump
a.m.
back
in the
over here on
morning. It's
8th
hilarious.
Street just before Arizona. Oh, sorry. I was trying to pull it up here. So right here is,
Yeah, just zoom into the splash pad.
this is the splash pad. The big blue heart right here is over the top. And this is the parking lot to the splash pad down here. So you mean this row of houses right here?
I can't see where you're pointing.
Oh,
Can you
you
zoom
can't see
in
my...
more?
Let me see. And I don't want to make it too distorted. So the heart, the blue heart, is over the top of the entire splash pad. And then
So it will
this is the
be
parking
the
lot.
houses underneath, at the bottom of the heart is the parking lot.
Yes.
So the houses that are in a row to the left of the heart, going north and south, are the houses. And the back of those houses face the parking lot of the splash pad and the splash pad itself. And anytime you can, like, you can do the street views, you know, with Google, you can actually, in the street view, it will take you straight into the parking lot of the splash pad.
Oh,
I
okay.
actually got a video because somebody sent me a video. They went and took the video, and then they briefly like showed it, and yeah, then when I got told, I'm like, oh my god, that makes complete sense, you know.
Right. Right.
So that the cameras on the back end of one of those houses, and the back end of those house face that parking lot in the park.
Right. I see. Okay. And Callie said that's the camera that picked up the white Honda Pilot. I believe the picture of the walking man came from a camera in one of the neighborhoods near the splash pad.
Yeah, I think she's correct on that too. Was it a doorbell cam that saw him walking in the neighborhood?
See, that's what Debbie and I were trying to search for. Like, we went on Google Maps and we walked the road, you know. This big red dot up here is the Wondra's house. And we started there and we walked all the way around these blocks, around, you know, these 3 blocks here. And we tried to find the landmarks that we could see in the picture. There was like a drainage spot along the side of the curb, and we were looking for that with the mailbox where it was, and we could not find, like, we made it all the way down 8th Street and we could not find it, but we didn't go over here, so.
Yeah, and you don't know how many times I've been in that neighborhood too, and it's funny that you're saying I've never been over here, because me either. I've never been
Yeah,
over there.
I never even thought about that. It seemed like the camera was up
Like,
higher
I've
than a
always
Ring
kind of
camera,
been
but
confused on where this picture of this man is walking, where it came from, what neighborhood, where was
right.
it? I've heard close to the splash pad, and that's pretty much all I know.
Yep, me too. And we always, like, Debbie and I thought that it was on 8th Street. Like, we thought it was one of these houses when you first turn off of the main road onto 8th Street into the neighborhood. We always thought that it was right there by the splash pad in one of those houses on the left-hand, well, would be on your left-hand side, you know, if you were coming into the neighborhood. So when
But
we
there's
went
no
down that road
sidewalk,
too.
and the guy's walking on a sidewalk.
Right. Exactly.
So it can't be. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
But yeah, we tore that apart.
Yeah, we
And then
definitely.
we ended up doing a live stream too where I told Debbie, I said, I think I know how law enforcement knew that the Wondras and Brandon and Adrian were involved in Monkey's disappearance, because that was one of the mysteries, you know, like how did law enforcement get onto them, you know? And the only thing that made logical sense to me was that when Sarah got in trouble for the battery on Tanner with the dog bone and stuff,
Right.
that blows my mind. Let's use a dog bone as a weapon.
Right.
But
Well, she
I think
actually put
that
a GUN to his head too.
right. But the dog bone, I mean, you have that and you use a dog bone.
Right.
But I think that they had access to her phone and, you know, for that case. And they
Well,
saw things on the phone.
Stacey even said on one of his lives that, you know, they arrested her, they took her in, and then law enforcement called him and told him, you can come and pick up your phones. And so Stacey went to go talk to law enforcement and pick up him and Sarah's phones. And when he got there, he was arrested. And that was in
Right.
March of 2022.
Right. Yeah, I showed that. I showed it earlier in the live stream. It was from my other video, but I actually drew when they were incarcerated and when they were free, side by side so that we could see it. I thought I had it in this video also. But
Yeah, so I mean, him just even saying that proves law enforcement had, well, if you believe what Stacey says, I always throw that in there because we never know if anything he's saying is true. I think there's always little bits of
right.
truth in things that he said, but if law enforcement did have their phones, both of their phones, I believe that's when, you know, law enforcement took a harder look at them. If not, even early on, if you believe Carson Starkey, when he said that a cadaver dog or scent dog hit on Michael outside the Wanderer's home. And that was just within the first couple of weeks that Michael came up missing.
Right. Yep. Now, do you think that Carson has anything to do with the situation?
My gut tells me no, but I honestly, I do not know if there's any evidence that he's involved. I was on the phone with Brooks talking to Starkey. He seemed to be a very honest person. I mean, honest. He's still an RSO, so I don't trust him as far as I can throw him, just saying. But
Right.
he sounded very honest, and I know that he has cooperated with law enforcement 100%. He gave them permission to even search his yard without a search warrant, which I don't even know if they would have had to have a search warrant, considering he was one of the RSOs and then in the neighborhood where Michael Vaughan was abducted. And he was probably one of the first people that they were going to go talk to anyway. And he admits that when he's talking with JLR that they came and talked to him. Of course he does, because he's registered, you know. So do I think he has any involvement? I don't think so. Do I believe
Yeah.
that there are other people that are involved or have knowledge? Yes, I do. Do I know who those
Right.
people are? Don't have a friggin' clue.
Right.
I know that Adrian Lucian threw some gang members out of Twin Falls under the bus. I don't understand why he did that. And,
Oh.
you know, that recording that I have played on a couple of my lives is a recording of one of the Pope twins. There's two brothers, they're twins, and they're from Twin Falls, Idaho. It's Gabriel Pope, and I can't remember the other guy's name right now, but one of them, there was a recording handed over to me by a source and said, "Oh my gosh, you got to listen to this." And he is saying, you know, I didn't KILL that kid. I didn't harm that kid. I didn't or kidnap that kid. I didn't have nothing to do. And pretty much tells Adrian, keep throwing me out of the bus and find out what happens. Like threatening to harm Adrian for even mentioning his name and throwing him under the bus for having anything to do with Michael's abduction and murder.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Remind me one of
That
these times. Hit me up on Messenger and I'll send you the recording.
yeah,
Or
it
you can
doesn't make
even
any
pick it up
sense.
off of him. No, because he's got 3 other people he can be throwing under the bus. Sarah,
Right.
Stacey, and Brandon. Why is he even bringing in anybody else's name?
Right. Yeah. Like, why not?
And I think it's their adopted mother has some human trafficking records. Like, she was into some really crazy stuff like that. And that's why I think a lot of people talk about Adrian having anything to do, you know, with this, and people talking about human trafficking and everything else is because those connections to those Pope twins, that's some serious stuff.
Yeah, I
They
would think
are
that would
really
be
bad guys.
right. And that would put Adrian in danger. Like, I understand Adrian thinks that he's like a ninja and he's, in hiding and invincible and, can say whatever and do whatever. Hey, witchy mama. Hey, Faye. And hi, Gigi. Um, but for him to go to that extreme, to mess
Yeah.
with very, very dangerous people like that, and he must
Yeah.
really feel safe, like witness protection type
Really
safe,
feel safe. Really felt safe or was very scared, and that's the reason that he left Idaho.
Yeah. I mean, he's a traveler though, right? And he has connections in multiple states, doesn't he?
Yeah, Ohio, California, Washington, D.C., Pennsylvania, yeah, and then Idaho when he was there shortly. But yeah, he travels everywhere. Law enforcement knows
Right.
exactly where he's at, though, just like they know where Brandon's at. If they think being a suspect in an abduction and murdered child's case that they don't know where they're at, that is just pure ignorance on their part, as far as I'm concerned. You know,
Absolutely.
law enforcement went to Montana. They didn't know that he was gone on a skiing trip in Missoula. And I even think that that's why law enforcement stayed in Montana for a couple of days, is because they were waiting for him to come back. Only Brandon didn't come back because he found out law enforcement was there.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, and what innocent person would do that? You know? I mean,
Yeah. That's what's so crazy when I get like thrown all the shade and stuff about, having people on and just talking with them as calm as I do and stuff. It's like, just because I'm doing this doesn't doesn't mean that I feel a certain way about Brandon or any of the other suspects. I stand with Brandi, and she knows it.
right.
100% she knows
Absolutely.
it.
Absolutely.
And
Well, yeah.
I stand
And
with law enforcement.
you both are so similar, you and Brandi both, with the way that you held your composure with the two of you and Stacey. I couldn't even
Oh God.
review that live stream.
Mm.
Sam, I couldn't review it. I would have lost my channel. That's how mad I was.
Yep.
The way that
I've reviewed it.
Stacey,
Even reviewing it was hard for me too after doing it. Like I had to mute myself once and puke. I had tears running down my face. I at so many times felt like I needed to just stop him from talking to her that way. I felt like I needed to protect her. And all I kept thinking to myself is that Brandi wanted to do this. I cannot stop Brandi from confronting the man that had something to do with her son's murder. I couldn't do it.
right,
And
right.
even to this day, I hold so much guilt for the whole entire interview. Not that it was a bad thing. I just feel guilty because, she has already gone through so much. And even though the interview went the way that it went or whatever, that had to have been one of the hardest things she ever did. And, there's going to be, trauma from that. And that's where my guilt comes in, because that was a horrific life.
Well, but that's not like, I understand where you're coming from, because that's your heart, and I completely can relate to that, like understand why you have guilt, but it was her choice. She
Mhm.
knew what she was up against, and she needed to do it. She
She
needed that.
absolutely did.
So
Yeah.
I don't think you should hold guilt. I think that you were that bridge to make it happen. You kept it cordial. Yeah, he did go a little offhand a few different times, and that's probably when I would have lost my channel. But, like, she held her
Yeah.
own. She held her own. She kept going, and man, like, I was in tears too, and I was in tears because of being upset, seeing her upset, compassion for having, like, I couldn't imagine my emotions. I couldn't imagine hers, and then
Right.
I was pissed. And when I get that pissed, I cry too. So it was like, it was very emotional. It was a roller coaster, and the whole time he's sitting there
Right.
saying, I told the truth. I've always told the same story, Brandi. Bull fucking shit, Stacey.
Brandi.
Yes. Every
I
time he
hated
said her
it. I
name,
hated
I
every
wanted
minute of
him.
it. Yeah.
Every time he said her name, I wanted to knock a tooth out of his mouth for every single time he said it.
Yeah. Yeah.
The way he said it. I mean,
It
it was just
was
so, like, talking to her like she's ignorant. He had no idea she had that
right.
body cam footage. He had no idea the factual information that she knows. And he's sitting up there
Right.
bullshitting her.
He just had been used to being up there with just like creators and stuff, and he just was ignorant to the fact that here's a person that's privy to a lot more information, and you can't just come up and try to manipulate her when she has the facts, like all the facts. So shut
Right.
the F up, sit down. You know,
Right.
and you've heard Brandi even say so many times, like, I am willing to forgive whoever has done this. Just tell me where my son is. I mean,
Yeah.
that is the grace, that's her personality. That's the love in her heart, because, she's a mom. She just wants to know where her son is, and she's willing to forgive. I'm sorry, I could probably never forgive, ever find it in my heart to forgive,
Yeah. I
but
mean,
she's
we
that
just
good of a person.
had a talk. Cher and I and Tammy just had a talk about forgiveness the other day, and we were talking about trauma from our childhoods and forgiving the monsters that we were around. And I've forgiven my monster, but I forgave him for me, not for him. He doesn't know I forgave him. He doesn't care if I forgave him. I did it for me. But when my child comes into play, I think it would be a whole different ballgame. So I don't think I could forgive at all. I couldn't forgive. Even with justice, I couldn't forgive. But when we were talking earlier, Tammy and I in chat were talking about, the deal that Brandon is being offered, this golden platter that's being handed to him, and he's avoiding it like it's cooties or some shit. Like, I think Tammy was saying, I don't know that I could give him a deal, or somebody in chat might have said it, but I said I could, as long as Monkey is brought home, as long as Brandi and Tyler and their family has Monkey back and some type of justice is served, as long as Brandon doesn't get to walk a free man, then
Right.
take the death penalty off the table. Cool.
Yeah.
Give him a possibility for parole after 85 years. Cool. Something like that. But
I'm not a
Monkey needs
person
to
that
be brought home.
disagrees with, I'm not a person that disagrees with the death penalty by all means, but you're going to suffer more spending the rest of your life in prison than you are the easy way out and getting the death penalty. I mean, then they're gone, and then what? They don't get to suffer and live the rest of their life behind bars. Like, let them sit there and suffer. It's actually the way
Right.
I would want it,
Yep, exactly. I agree. Detroit, actually, Brandi and Taylor got married finally not long ago. So they're together, still being mom and dad to Monkey's siblings.
Yeah.
So, and right, forgiveness is for the person giving the grace, not for the one who wronged them. Exactly. And I don't think I could do it, Gigi. I don't think when it comes to my child, I don't think I could do it.
I'm not forgiving anybody to take my kid away from me.
Yeah. Here I brought the timeline up here. So this was according to, I believe, what I could find on court docs and what Stacey had said. And so on April 13th, 2022, that's when Sarah was arrested and all the phones were taken. And then on May 6th is when Stacey went up to pick up the phones and he got arrested. And then on May 19th, they both took Polly's. And then in July of 2022, Sarah was released. And Stacey said that his lawyer told him that there was a grand jury being held in August, but Sarah was released from August, well, I think from the end of July through November 11th. And that's when the warrant was served at the house and she was put back in jail, and they did the excavation on November 12th. So these
You're
3
going to make me
months right
go back
here.
and look at information, because I thought that He went in March, not May of 2022 to pick up the phones, and they did those lie detector tests on the 19th. I thought that was in March. So now I want to go back and
Well,
take a look.
if she didn't get arrested until
Make
April
sure.
13th, he wouldn't have gone in to pick up the phones in March before she got arrested, right?
Oh, duh. Absolutely. I'm getting the wrong. Never mind. Yeah, you're right.
It's the
It's
other
May.
M month.
It's the other M. Yeah, exactly. Oh my God, my brain hurts today.
Well, that's okay. It's 5:00 in the morning for me, so
It's
it's
2
late.
a.m. here.
Okay. It's late, darn it. It's late. Exactly, Detroit.
Well,
Exactly. They just need to tell the truth.
yeah.
That's it.
I mean, it's the pain and suffering that the Vaughn family is going through, and it's not only just the what ifs, it's, the unknown. It's not having answers. Besides wanting Monkey home and having the answer of where he is and having him home, they don't know who abducted him, who hurt him, what happened. They know none of those things, and they deserve to know those things.
Right. I mean,
I
when
think I
Brandi
pray harder. I think I pray harder for the suspects to have a heart and come forward with information on Monkey than I do anything else, to be honest with you, because it's really going to be up to one of them, several of them, or whoever to finally say what exactly happened. And yeah, because one or all know exactly. And then it's time to talk and give them answers. It's heartbreaking to know that people know the answers and aren't talking.
Now, see, this is how I broke it down. So, and Aussie, I am so sorry that you and your daughter and your family had to go through anything where your child was hurt. And I understand. I don't think I could forgive with it being my own child. Thank you for sharing that with us. The way that I've kind of broken it down is Sarah's not going to talk. Sarah's loop-de-loop-de trying to, play crazy, be crazy, whatever she's doing. I'm not for sure. So I don't think we're going to get anything from her. Stacey tried. Stacey told what he knew to law enforcement, what he felt like was the good answer at that time. He tried, he failed. He's done. He doesn't know where Monkey is, in my opinion.
Right. I don't think he
Adrian
does either.
doesn't know where Monkey is. Adrian's not even 100% sure of what happened because I think that the three of them talked about it around Adrian, but they talked in code. So Adrian didn't get the full story, but he knew something happened. He knew something was up, but he doesn't know exactly what happened. So Brandon is the only one, in my opinion, that can be Monkey's hero.
Yeah. And I think that if Brandon knows anything, he knows where Monkey is.
Absolutely. I agree. And that's what is needed. Tell where Monkey is, and then law enforcement can work back from there. That's what they do. They work back from,
right.
When they find the crime scene or the missing person, they work backwards from there and find out what happened. Let them do that. Tell them where Monkey is so they can go find him and start there. Start giving the family a little bit of closure and a little bit of peace. I mean, Brandon doesn't understand. Like, his mom would be so proud of him if he messed up and stepped up and owned up to his own mistakes. He would be an excellent example for his child. Look, I messed up, but I'm doing what I needed to do to make it right. Do it.
And I've also wondered too, like, does Brandon's mom have anything to do with the fact that he's not coming forward? Is she trying to protect her family's reputation? She, as far as I'm concerned, has coddled him so much in all of this that, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I feel about her. Does she care so much about her reputation and her reputation at church and, her family and everything that, but then I hear that she's telling him to go do the right thing. Like, you need to get with the attorney. I'll come too. Let's go down to Fruitland and talk. Because I'm being told by Misty that that's what she's saying. Is that what she's saying? I don't know. I mean, I'm
I don't.
taking Misty's word for it for now, but I'm still wondering, what would his mom do to protect him? She's already said cadaver dogs hit at a leaky toilet, when we know Mountain Search and Rescue has already said cadaver dogs do not hit on leaky toilets. They are not trained to hit on poop. That is not what they do. And
Exactly.
it's no.
Exactly. I
You
said that
know.
earlier. They don't sniff for shit. Okay, that's not. They're
Right.
not trained shit sniffers. Okay, they're not plumbers. They're not there to find the
Yeah.
leaks in your pipes or your toilet or whatever. They're cadaver dogs. They're human remain dogs.
Yeah. And cadaver dogs hit at the Wondras, and cadaver dogs hit at his mom's house.
Right.
There's a reason for that. That's not
Yep.
a coincidence, in my opinion.
I don't believe in coincidences at all.
I thought it was pretty
Absolutely.
amazing too in chat today that so many people had some really great questions, and they were questions I hadn't even asked or talked with Misty about. So I was really thankful that she was willing to sit there for over 2 hours and answer questions, for people. She didn't have to do that. She just lost a baby last week. She didn't have to get up and say anything at all. And she got up there and didn't even tell Brandon she was getting up there, because had she have talked to Brandon, do you guys really think that Misty would have been on that live? No.
No.
She wouldn't have.
Nope.
I even asked her, do you want me to send Brandon the link afterwards? And she was like, no, why don't you wait on that? So, I mean, I know now though,
Honestly,
Brandon knows she came up live. I mean, that all happened within 40 minutes of the live being over. I was already getting messaged and told Brandon knows. Brandon's watching the replay. So
I think that she wanted to talk. I think that she wanted to come up there with you, and she wanted to share what she knew. She wanted to, I think that she knows that Brandon is not a sweet, innocent little boy, too. Okay. She knows that he is not being honest about something. Her mouth may not say that, but her heart knows that. Or else they wouldn't have so many arguments or disputes or whatever you want to, however you want to word it, about him talking to law enforcement. She knows her red flag radar is going off internally. She knows that he's not being honest, but she wants to believe him. She wants to believe that he doesn't have anything to do with Monkey. She wants to believe that he wouldn't do that, but she knows that there's red flags. She knows something is going on. And so I think that's why she came up. I think that's why she didn't tell him she was coming up. And I think that she's gauging his reaction after. And I think that this next week should be very interesting.
Oh, yeah. There's some mind-blowing information about to come out this week.
Well, on top of that, but separate from, I mean, just between Misty and Brandon, I think that there's going to be some stuff going on within the next 7 days. And I think then after his boss comes up, then that's going to be a whole different, like now the pressure's more on, the
Right.
police have been at your house. Fruitland police came to your front door or
Yeah.
to Misty's front door, like they came there. That is huge. The prosecutor, not just law enforcement, but the prosecutor came to your door with one deal. That's huge. Yes, Detroit,
With
on
one deal,
Monday.
and I believe the charges were also written up in that, like, okay, I mean, this is not what I've been told by any means, but I'm looking and thinking, like, okay, plea deal. They've got this. This is the plea deal. This is what you'll get. But then on the other hand, because we already know by Brandi saying they already had charges written up, on the other hand, okay, well, if you don't want to sign this plea deal, here, these are the charges then. And like Misty said, they're going to come back and charge you with first-degree murder.
Right. They'll be back with the warrant.
We're not talking second degree. We're not talking third degree. We're talking first degree. What evidence is there to be charging somebody with first degree murder when this is a nobody case? Cha-ching.
Right.
What?
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, they're giving him the opportunity because I don't think that they want, like they don't want to put innocent, in air quotes, people behind bars, so if he can come forward and break things down from his perspective and show them, look, this is where I was, this is what I did, this was my involvement, and here's everybody else's. And then they can go fact check that. He can give them the factual information to match up with what they already have. Then that's how he's going to be able to get that deal.
Yeah,
He's going to have to give them something.
They don't go from one state to another state and then say, we're going to charge you with first degree murder and we have evidence, unless it's something really friggin' solid. In my opinion, they have something solid against Brandon.
Absolutely. I mean, the prosecution doesn't submit information to a court that they don't feel is strong. I mean, they just, that's not going to happen. They're not going to go in there with I think, they're going to go in with, here's what we have. Let's show it to the jury. Let's break it down. And let's tell what happened to Michael Joseph Vaughan.
Yeah. The day's going to come and those indictments are going to be out. And I want more than anything to have a front row seat or a back row seat or even a fly on the wall seat, or hopefully they'll even put it on court TV or something. But I want to watch. I want to watch it all. I want to watch the look on their face. I want to see it all.
I hope they televise it. I hope they do. I think his case has been national enough that I hope, even if it's local news, even if it's not court TV, even if it's local news.
Right.
Because I can't go to Idaho.
Something that would just be great.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to say I'm not going to Idaho if it's not televised, because I might just have to. Just saying. Because
I may just have to be a mouse in your
having
pocket.
to even go to court. I might even end up having to go to court at this point. Who friggin' knows?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You could be a witness.
Yep. They haven't said anything to me yet, but I'm just like sitting here wondering, like, oh God, is that gonna happen? Could that happen? But I'm ready and willing if I have to,
Right. Definitely could be a subpoena in your future. So give your details about Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern with the boss.
It'll be 9 p.m. Yeah. It'll be 9 p.m. Eastern Your Time. It'll be 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'm going to do a live with Daniel Guthrie. I don't know if I even pronounce it correctly. He's Brandon's ex-employer. He has spoken to law enforcement more than once. That's where they went to go talk to Brandon in 2022 when they were looking for him. And he's agreed to come up on live and talk about what law enforcement said to him when they went to Montana on March 8th, 2025, just like a little over a month ago. So he's going
don't
to come
miss
up
it.
and do a live. Yeah. And I'm going to put out some more information on Tuesday as soon as I get a thumbs up. And if it's not Tuesday because I don't get the thumbs up, that will eventually come. And yeah, whenever I can, I'll be putting out new information. And when I'm not putting out new information, I'll be going over old information to, you know, get people to understand Michael's case, to, you know, try to get people to come forward with any tips. And if you have any tips, you can call Fruitland Police Department. The number is 208-642-6006, or you can email findmichael@fruitland.org. You can remain anonymous. You can collect over $52,000 for any information leading to the whereabouts of Michael Vaughan. Michael Vaughan was abducted July 27th, 2021 from Fruitland, Idaho, in his neighborhood, you know, after he wandered away from home to go look and play with friends. And, you know, we're Monkey's Army, and we're not going to stop. I appreciate you so much throwing up the link. I feel like I invaded your live, but you can review anything. And, you know, if you ever have any questions, you know, you can message me in Messenger. Yeah, I mean, I'm here to answer any questions anytime. If anybody ever wants to come into my chat or email me, Pacific North, well, missing PNW crimes at gmail.com. I want people to get to know Michael's case. I want them to know the truth and the facts. It's another case that I'm working on that is surrounded with rumors. And I like clearing up misinformation more than anything in children's cases. And even though I've only been doing Michael's case now for a little over a year, I know a lot about it. That's for sure. I've
Yeah.
learned so much. I'm still learning.
Well, there's a
So,
lot of details with, you know, with everybody sharing the information that they have. There's definitely a lot of details out there. And I'm grateful that you came up tonight. You didn't take over anything. You came up and shared great information. I'll have to go live again later and review the interview, and that's fine. I think this information, it was meant to happen, be shared right now for whatever reason, and I'm thankful that you came up and shared it, and it was nice talking to you too. I don't think that we've actually had a chance to talk one-on-one, so
no, and we
not
get
like
along
this.
so well. This has been like a very easy conversation to have with somebody. We just kind of like clicked. So yeah, it's been a great
Yeah.
conversation, and I appreciate you, you know, throwing down a link and letting me take it, and just sitting here and talking about Michael's case. And, you know, I hope everything that we talked about
Absolutely.
just opens some eyes to people. And yeah,
Yep. And the same
thank
way,
you.
that's why I have the videos that, you know, I want to squash misinformation. I want to call out the lies, call out the bullshit. You know, if you put it, when Stacey would tell a lie, it was so, like, I have a good short-term photographic memory, and that's able to make those videos so easy, because when he was doing each interview that he did 9 total, and I watched them in order. And so when he would lie, I would be like, nope, let me go back. And I knew exactly which live he said the opposite on. And so, you know, I'd go back and clip it. Now, I couldn't do that now because that was a year ago. So my long-term memory sucks. My short-term memory is usually pretty spot on. But, you know, even the things like that one short that I made where he said, when somebody asked him about a gun and he was like, a gun wasn't used. Well, how would you know that, sir?
Right.
You
Exactly.
know, big things like that stood out, that it made sense to clip it. You know, I like to do that. I like to
Yeah.
get a helpful playlist for people to refer to factual things, you know, or correcting things. So I
Yeah, and I
appreciate you
mean, there
taking
were so
notice.
many times that he slipped. Yeah, I absolutely love all your shorts. I look and watch all of them all the time. No, I'm not joking. I've probably watched every single one of your shorts like 50 times, if not more. Because it just like, I'll forget about something and it's like, oh, I'm going to go over here and watch a bunch of her shorts because it just reminds me of different things that you said, done, reactions to things, timeline stuff that you put up. Yeah, you've done an amazing job. I probably should have been better to you and shared all of your information a lot more, but you know how it
That's okay.
is when you're just so busy doing your own thing. It's just like but yeah, the information that
Yeah.
you put out there in those shorts, it's great information, the way you have everything all set up.
It's a lot
But
to remember. When you're live, it's like you have 50 different, like I have a checklist that I made. When I go live, I try to go through my checklist and I'll do like the first 3 things and then I completely forget that I have a whole checklist. So it's okay.
yeah, I'm
Like I
OCD.
completely understand.
I write down a little list of exactly how I want my live to go. I make like, I don't know. I just like talk about this. I line it all up. I use numbers. I do it all. I use a notebook and I use a pen because I'm old school and I'm 53 years old. And the moment that I write it down, I remember it forever. So I write everything down on paper. I have
Girl,
so many notebooks full of Michael and Kyron's case. It's insane.
hold on.
I have a closet. What happened to you?
I turned my camera on. Can you hear me?
Yeah. What happened?
Okay. Am I back? I
Yeah.
turned my camera on and my laptop said, no. That's why I don't turn my camera on, because it pulls too much on it. But I have a whole stack of notebooks, and that's what I do too. I have a true crime facts notebook. I have just a notes where I can jot down things quickly notes. I have different notebooks for different cases, like with Summer's case, with Monkey's case, with Sebastian's case, like cases that I dive deep into. I have a notebook for each one of their cases. So I completely understand the old school pen and paper.
I have a spare bedroom here at the house, and the closet in there is stacked with big notebooks full. Same thing. All the children's cases that I have worked on, they're all in there. And yeah, and my husband's like, I don't even know how you remember everything. I don't know how you remember addresses, numbers. I don't know how you remember everything when you talk about all of these cases, because you can hop from one child to another. You know when they came up missing, you know the date, you know the time, you know this. And it's like, because I wrote it down. If I write it
Yep.
down, I'll remember it forever. How funny. We both are old
Yep.
school, pen, paper. You must have wrote a lot in notebooks when you were in high school.
I have
I know
always
I
had a
did.
notebook. I've always had like journals. I've had dream journals. I've had regular
Yep.
journals. I'm a planner kind of girl where I want to be a planner and I'll start doing planning, but then I forget because I have too many notebooks that I'm writing other things in. And
Me
so my
too.
calendar doesn't get filled out. See,
Oh,
that's why
goodness.
we click so well.
I know. I'm just sitting here like, oh my God, you're describing me to a T. I'll start planning something out. And while I'm planning something out, I'll be like, oh, wait a minute, over here.
Right.
What about
Exactly.
this? What about
Exactly.
my other plan from 3 months ago? Maybe I'll work on that now. Maybe that's a better idea. Oh, that's funny.
Yep. Yep.
All right.
I
Well,
even tried to
Mandy,
do the
have a good
deco
night.
planning
Oh, yeah.
with the washi tape and stickers and stuff to try to keep me more in my planner. Yeah, I spent a whole lot of money on stickers that I still haven't used.
My one planner that I'm really, really, really good at everything is my yearly calendar for paying my bills, making sure that, all my bank account, all my bill stuff, everything's always paid, everything. Like, I
Currently,
am
or you
very,
did in the
very,
past?
I
very
have never known what a
amazing
body is.
Right,
with
and you're
all
right.
of that
But the
stuff.
problem is, what you told them is what they have evidence that there
Stop
was
it.
someone in the backyard.
Sorry, I hit my earbud and it started playing. I'm just going to
No,
stop
you're
sharing
fine.
that.
But that is definitely the one notebook, the one calendar, the one planner that I have that, you're going to see something written in it every day, whether it's, for my live paying bills or whatever. But other than that, my notebooks. And then you can look at my notebook and it's not like perfect. I got scribbles, I got stuff scratched out. I've got dates over here, numbers over here, things down here, over there. And nobody else that would read that would go, oh, I know exactly what she's saying. No, you would look at it and go, what? What does
Yep.
this even mean? What is she even talking about?
Yep. But you know exactly where everything is and where to
Oh,
find it
yes,
and with a quickness.
absolutely. I do. I could flip
Yep.
right over to the page to talk about whatever I needed to talk about. I usually have about 4 notebooks sitting right in front of me every live,
Yep.
just in case somebody
I have
mentions something.
I have 2 5-subject notebooks on. I actually had my husband bought me a desk for Christmas, and it's an electric desk because when I would do my crafting, I would stand up. And now I have a chair, and my back is worse than it was when I started my art channel 8 years ago. But I had to buy, like, a sliding drawer thing. It's not a drawer. It's like
hmm
a sliding shelf where it's supposed to be for a keyboard, for a computer. I use it for
hmm
notebooks and pens. I'm also
Oh,
addicted to
gosh.
pens.
I'm sitting here drawing on a piece of paper while me and you are talking with different color, all different colored highlighters because I'm also addicted to pens.
Oh my
And
goodness.
I always have to be scribbling or doodling or something when I'm sitting doing something like this, like on the phone or something. And I had to switch from my computer desk to do my lives to my kitchen table because my kitchen table is way bigger than my computer desk, and it has enough room for me to have, which is funny that you said a 5-subject binder because that's what all my notebooks are. Everything's always 5-subject. I have to have the big thick, and I have to have the really good paper, not that really super thin paper. I have to have good
Yes.
notebook paper with everything
Yes.
laid out on that big ass kitchen table for my lives and stuff because yeah, I have to have it in order.
Now see, I
Sometimes when
found
I'm
these
watching,
notebooks. I'm sorry, go ahead.
oh, I was gonna say, sometimes when I'm watching Josh and I go into the lab and I'm just like checking him out and he's always so kicked back and relaxed and he's just chill and I'm like, man, what it would be great to like just have like that real chill, relaxed live like we're doing right now, just talking, just, about whatever that comes up and chill. He never looks like he's stressed out doing anything, trying to grab a notebook or paper or anything. You can see his eyes moving around and shifting because I think he's probably got 2 or 3 screens going at once, but yeah, it's funny.
Yeah, and he uses OBS. Okay. I don't know how people use OBS because I would be lost. I downloaded Streamlabs and I'm like, I can't even get my picture to stay in the frame. Okay. So I don't know how people do it.
I don't
StreamYard has
even
me
know what
spoiled.
OBS is.
It's where you have to set everything up. Like you have to put your layout on, like everything that's on the screen, you have to put there and organize, and like it has a designated spot, but oh my gosh, it's a mess. It's a mess. Okay, I downloaded it. Yes, Grammy and White ruled. But what I was going to say, I got these notebooks. These are 5 subject notebooks, but they're dot grid notebooks. That's what I use.
That's
I
cool.
don't use lined paper. I use dot grids because that way I can use the dots as a line if I want to. But if I need to draw a picture, or if I need to put a box with notes in it, I can just connect the dots and make a box.
Oh, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. See, now I've got this all in my head. Like, you know what they need to do is they need to make like a 5 or 6 subject notebook, and then they need to have 3 of them that has the dots and 3 of them with lined, wide, thick, nice notebook paper.
That would be
That would be the
amazing.
perfect notebook.
Yes,
Do we need to
that would.
patent this idea?
I think we need to write it down.
Right? Hell to the yeah, right?
Oh
Oh
so
my gosh.
OBS,
I'm delirious.
I know I am too. OBS is, so I don't know, I can't even share it. Like I'd have to pull up a video to show you what it is. Because if I open it, I don't know if it'll open on to where I can share it or not.
I always enjoy how he sets up all of his stuff too. And I know when in his description box, he always says something like, if you want to do, or if you want to have a live like mine, StreamYard or something like that. And I'm always like, what are you talking about? I don't know what StreamYard you're using, but I don't have those options, or I do. And since I'm a computer dinosaur, don't know anything about how to set it up in StreamYard like that. So,
Well,
yeah.
it's not StreamYard, it's Streamlabs.
Oh,
And
wow. Okay.
that's the difference, because Streamlabs, so I'm trying to open it and see if it'll probably kick me off panel. I'm seriously computer illiterate, and that's why like my computer is so full of things that I've downloaded, that the memory is almost completely full, and I have to keep deleting things because there's so much stuff on here. I don't know why I'm saving it. I don't know, I save it on every device. I save it in my OneDrive. I save it in my Google Drive. I save it in, there's another one that I have too, Google One. I have like all these things where I save everything, but for some reason I want to save it to every device too. So it slows my computer down. But OBS is like, it's almost like when you think of a developer, like an app developer, what their screen might look like, that's OBS.
Yeah. Well, no wonder why
Like,
his shit looks so cool.
yeah, it's a box of boxes. And in each box, it has like your camera options, your layout options, your background options, your overlay options, your music options. And it's not like StreamYard. It's not where it's all, easy to upload and it's there and you can just click on it. It's like everything is all on one screen, and you have to move things around. So that's why it takes a little bit longer for some people who use OBS to go open what they're trying to share, because they have to go into a whole different stream, or a whole different like tab or program or whatever to be able to get it that way.
That's crazy. I mean, and I love the way he always has like chat up on, up there where everybody can see it. And then he has all the different colors and, even like
Yep.
what you have here going in the background, your little video that moves. For whatever reason, StreamYard won't let me download a video into that area to put up. So now I've just been using like pictures. for the background,
Well,
because for
I'll tell
whatever
you
reason it's not one.
the secret to that. I had to figure that out too. So the background that's there right now, I made that. All my backgrounds I've made. What I do is I have to screen record what I want my base background to be. And then I put it in my video editor program that I use. And then I alter it. I add things to it. So like everything that's on the screen right now, the welcome arrow, the Spirit Seeker Squad, the little ghostesses that are moving, and the stuff at the bottom. I put all of that there. And okay, let me see if it's gonna let me share it now. I have OBS pulled up here. So I put it in my video editor, and then I have to process the video. Once I'm happy with it, once I have everything on it that I want on it, then I have to process it. It has to be under a minute long. That's the first key.
Okay.
So you want it
Okay.
something that's going to click easily on rotation. So like the beginning and the end need to look very similar, or else you're going to have a big jump in your background.
Right.
Like mine, you can see when mine jumps, but it's not like a huge jump where it's like, holy shit, then when I download that to my phone, it says it's too big to upload into StreamYard. So then I have to screen record my new video that I just made from my gallery. So I have to open my gallery on my phone and then screen record that. And then that makes it smaller megabytes.
Okay.
Then you have to crop it to fit, it has to be 16 by 9. So you need to crop it and save it, and then you can upload it as a background.
Maybe it's the size, the 16 by 9. Maybe that's where I'm going wrong. Because I do the screen recording. That makes sense.
Okay.
Do you use Canva? Or what do you use for your video?
I use Power Director. Okay, do you see the screen here? This is OBS.
Oh my god, that's insane. And then you got like all these things.
Yeah, and I don't even know how to use this stuff. Like, this is like old comments, or no, this is people who have subscribed my last super chat 22 days ago. Like,
is that in YouTube? Things.
Yeah, because I've connected Streamlabs to my YouTube channel. Same way you do with StreamYard. You have to connect it to your YouTube channel. And then I chose Streamlabs
Is that like
Neon.
Is that some kind of something you have to download onto your computer in order to stream through YouTube?
Yes.
Okay, got you. So, yeah, you have to... Yeah, that's probably why I haven't done anything like that, because I don't know how to do any of that. StreamYard was just easy for me, because it was, you click into it, you set up an account, you can use it. It was just so simple. And they have that night bot that's also supposed to be really simple to be able to come in and like say things during your chat and stuff. And I went in to go do the night bot so it would like continuously put stuff up in the child's cases and stuff, or even subscriptions, notifications, thumbs up, whatever it was that I wanted to put up. But then it asked me this question about Nightbot having access to certain things, and I didn't know what access to allow Nightbot to have. So I just went out of it, because since I am a computer dinosaur, I don't know what I'm allowed to let who give what to access on my computer. You know what I mean? So it's kind of scary to me to give anybody access to anything if I'm not sure exactly what it is I'm doing, because I don't want my stuff to get messed up.
Right. Well, with Nightbot, so I have Nightbot. I actually just did, so you can do prompts also. So I did the prompt hashtag exclamation mark monkey, and then it pops up this link to his flyer. I have several of those set up. So, like I made these little, so if you want the Facebook group, you do exclamation mark Facebook, or no, that's my personal Facebook. So if you want to message me, you just type these in the chat and then it will pop those things up. Facebook group, the guest link, if I have that set up, smooch is smooch thumbs up, merch is my merch link, join is the membership link, tips are, my Cash App and buy me a coffee thing. So you just type that in the chat and then Nightbot will drop the link for you. I also have
That's
Sebastian, Monkey, and Summer. I have their flyers set up to drop in chat also. So you can put however many you want. The only thing I don't give Nightbot permission to do is to be a moderator, because
okay.
if you give them permission, if you give them mod capabilities, they time people out
Mhm.
for using emojis. So like Detroit would be timed out right now because Detroit used multiple emojis. Now see, look, now it's not wanting to click. There it goes. So she used multiple emojis in a row. Nightbot would time her out. So
What
I
the
took that
F?
away. Yeah.
You know
They're
what? And I
not
think that
able to
was the
do it.
option when I didn't know if I wanted to allow Nightbot to be a moderator. I think that's the exact thing that it was when I was setting everything up. It said, do you want to give Nightbot permissions? Da 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 da. And I think that was one of them because I think there was 2 or 3 options. And I was like, oh my God, I don't know what to let Nightbot do. And if I let them become a moderator, what does that mean? What are
Yeah.
they going to be in control of in my chat? Like moderators have a lot of control. I don't know about that one. Well, thank you. I
Right.
appreciate
Well, they
that
will
because
be a mod. Like if you look,
that helps me.
no problem. I've been on YouTube for like 8 or 9, 10 years, something like that. I don't remember when I started my art channel, but like Voices Behind the Wall Share, I taught her how to live stream. Anything that I can do, like people want me to start a channel to help people start a channel. and do
Oh
videos on how to
goodness.
like walk you through things, to get started. But Detroit, I do too, and I love seeing your emojis. So use those emojis, girl. Okay, Nightbot will not get you, I promise. But Nightbot I think it's just members. Grammy, I think it's just member. Oh, and if you do not hashtag, I keep wanting to say hashtag. If you do exclamation mark commands in anybody's chat who has Nightbot, it'll pop up a link for you to click on that will show you my commands that I have set up for my channel. So
That's
there's
crazy.
that link. So then that way other
Yeah,
people can
that's
go, and they can figure it out also. So you can get links to whatever you need, or mods can grab it to be able to share the links also. But the part on Nightbot that was hard for me was setting up the timers, because you set the commands, but then you also have to set the timers to make the commands work. So like right now, Nightbot is not working unless we give it a command. Why? I don't know. He took the night off tonight, I
oh
guess.
wow.
He's busy elsewhere. I don't know. So he works when he wants to. But that's why I have the commands set up. So even if he's not working, then I can still do the commands. Well, now that's not working either, Grammy. Hold on.
Yeah, that's
What
crazy.
is it?
Yeah, I definitely need to figure that out. Because I hate putting that on all of my moderators to make sure that they're, putting stuff up and, because I'm new to YouTube and new to having lives and having moderators now and everything else. It's like, do you pay your moderators? What do you do for your moderators? I want They are special to me. They drop everything to come over and be in my chat, and I am oh my gosh, I'm in the worst spontaneous live person ever. Like, I'll just like throw up a thumbnail and go live hours later. I do it all the time. I'm working really super hard on not doing that anymore. And I have amazing moderators that just show up. And and they know I'm not going to get upset with them if they can't come, if they don't show, because everybody has lives. So I have
Right.
2 good handfuls of moderators, so I usually know that I'm going to have 3 or 4 great ones there, or if not all of them anyway. So
Yep.
yeah, I
Well,
just got
and
to set it up and keep them from having to work so hard sometimes.
that I think that's why I like Nightbot when it works correctly, asshole. I don't know why it's not working tonight, for real. Like, it works sometimes and it doesn't work other times. I don't have a reason for why, but it is very helpful when it works, because each of the commands that I just showed you, those are the commands that will run through the chat, and you set it up how often you want it, like how many minutes apart do you want, but then you can also do how many chat comments in between Nightbot commands. So, you don't want Nightbot to spam your chat. So you can space
Right.
it out and do, every 15 minutes or every 10 minutes or every 20 comments or every 5 comments. It just depends on how often you want it. But that's the hardest part for me, is to remember how to set the timers up to make the commands come through. So however I
Yeah.
have it set up now,
Does
it
it take a
works.
lot of time? Do you have to set those timers before every live?
No, you set them once and then you're
Okay.
supposed to be able to set it and forget it.
Right, but Nightbot likes to just come and go when he wants to.
Yeah. For whatever, on my channel, I don't know why. Maybe it's because I don't go
Oh
live
gosh.
often enough, because I think he was working last time. We always call him he. And on my art channel, we always joked around. There were a couple males that would come in there and they'd be like, Nightbot's hitting on me. Tell him I have a girlfriend, and they would just joke around about Nightbot being a guy. But, so
That's funny.
it sounds like a guy's name, Nightbot, right? So
Yeah. Well, he looks like a
he took
dude
the night
too.
off. Right. I mean, the emoji's blue and stuff, so. And blue
Well,
and
I
white.
appreciate you, hun. I have to get off of here. I keep yawning and I don't want it to, people are gonna start hearing me yawn and I don't want it to sound like I'm being rude. I'm just exhausted from my day. It was a big, long day today, and I've got to get up early to go hang out with my grandbabies and go to the park and take my day off, so.
Oh, how exciting. Well, I
I'm
appreciate you coming up.
excited. Yeah,
I
thank you.
am
I
grateful that you
appreciate you
came up,
having me.
cleared up some stuff. It was a great conversation. We definitely need to do it again sometime. And
Yeah.
we can even try. So StreamYard has the option of where we both can stream together on our own channels.
Oh, that's cool.
Right.
I
I've
think I
never used
actually
it
saw
yet.
something like that. I've never done that either. I believe that I've seen that though, where you can add somebody. It's like you click a link or something and then it will do both at the same time. That would be fun, actually.
Right. And then that would be more awareness because it would be on multiple channels. I know Tammy would probably do it too, so it can be on multiple channels. We'll have, like, it's for, the communities. So like you have your regulars and we would have our, like that way it would maybe show up more in the recommended, on the homepage.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've seen a couple people do it, but I've never been able to do it myself. So I think that would be fun.
We'll
But
have
you're
to
more than
figure it
welcome
out.
to be on my panel anytime you want. I don't talk about Monkey enough, but to be fair, I don't go live very often either. I'm trying to work on that. But I have a grandbaby who lives with me. She's 2 years old and she's nonverbal and she's autistic. And so my house is pretty hectic with her alone, but then I also have a 15-year-old autistic son and a 22-year-old daughter and a husband and a dog. So I have to wait until everybody's in bed before I can go live. And by the time they're all in bed, I'm already asleep. So
Oh my goodness, yeah, I get it. I do. Life's busy,
yep.
and especially when you have grandkids. I don't have any
Yes.
more kids living with my house anymore, but I got 6 grandbabies, and they're my life, and I'm always busy doing
Oh,
something that's got something to do with my babies. So
what is it about grandbabies that just makes them extra sweet?
because your babies had babies, and you feel like you have to, you know, love them even more or something. I don't even know. It's insane. My
Right?
grandbabies have changed my life. They've absolutely
Same.
changed me 100%.
Same. Me too. I mean, it's crazy. Like I didn't know love until I had my daughter, and then I had my son, and then my grandbaby comes, and it's like, holy moly, scoot over,
All that,
daughter, give me my
all that,
grandbaby.
all that love multiplied, 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 and multiplied. It's so
Yes.
crazy because you love your kid so much, and then your kid has a kid, and it's like, oh wow, this is a different kind of love, and there's so much more. But I don't love
Yes.
my grandbaby more than my kid. It's just different.
Right. It's a
I know,
totally
it's so
different love.
crazy.
I mean, it's just like
It is.
I love my husband, but it's a different type of love than I love my children, so it's,
Yep.
very similar like that. Oh, it's just
Yep.
crazy.
Being a grandma is life. I tell you what, I will drop doing anything at all to spend time with my grandbabies. Matter of fact,
Oh my,
my new schedule of doing more lives and stuff during the week and stuff has really taken a toll on the time I spend with my 2 youngest grandchildren, and it's been killing me. But I
oh
actually
no.
had to stop going live so much because it was like, no, I love my grandbabies and this, I love Michael and I love what I do, but my grandkids do need me. They're young and they grow up too fast, and I'm not missing out on all the
Yes,
good things. You know what I mean? When they're young like
absolutely.
that and they're learning all of this stuff, I'm not going to not be around for that. So,
Absolutely. So Eve said, wait till you get great grandchildren. She's trying to make our hearts explode. I mean,
oh,
I can't
goodness.
I can't imagine another level of love, like it just blows my mind.
Right? My
And
oldest
that's
grand
right.
my oldest grandson is 15. He better not even be thinking about it, and I know that he's not, but I'm just saying. I probably have, I would say, anywhere from 7 to 10 years to go before I get that, but I'm excited. My grandmother was
Yeah.
one of the best grandmas around, and I cannot wait. Well, I
Oh.
decided to be a great grandma because I wanted to be that grandma because I remembered how special she was to me, and I just wanted that. Like, I'm going to be the best grandma ever. And let me tell you, if I could crochet or quilt or do any of those things, I would have all that for my babies. I just don't know how to do it.
Girl, I can teach you how to knit. My grandmother taught me how to knit when I was little, and I still know how to do the basic stitching.
Hmm. That's
I don't
so
know how to
not.
crochet, but I can knit. And Detroit,
Well, love.
absolutely. Detroit's daughter is pregnant, and she has been back and forth to the emergency room, and
Oh,
they're praying that she is able to keep this baby. So definitely
oh.
prayers.
I will pray. It's not an easy thing to go through.
Mm-mm.
All right, my phone just sent me a signal that it's gonna die because my ass forgot to plug in my phone. So I'm gonna hop off of
Uh-oh.
here, hun. Yep, I've got 4% and it's 3%. It's slowly
Yep.
and fastly doing its thing.
Yes.
So all right,
10%, you might as
take
well
care,
hang it
hun.
up.
Yep,
Thank you so
take
much.
care, hun. Thank you guys all
Have a good
for
night.
yeah, being here listening to me. So thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Night. You guys make sure that you are, whoa, baby. Make sure that you are subscribed to Samantha on Missing PNW. I keep dropping the link in the chat. She is amazing. I'm so glad she came up. Seriously. Like, this live started out really great with Tammy up here. Make sure you're subscribed to both of Tammy's channels also. And I will put those in the chat here right quick too. Make sure you're subscribed to both of her channels. She's so close to being able to monetize on both channels. She needs subscribers on one and subscribers and watch hours on the other, I believe. So make sure that you're subscribed to both of them. Please show Tammy the love. Show Samantha the love. You guys are amazing. I am so grateful that you guys have all been here tonight. We didn't get too far into, how far did we get into? 13 minutes. We got 13 minutes into this interview. 13 minutes. So we will definitely be having a part 2 because, I mean, you know, you have the creator of the interview that you're reviewing come up on panel. I mean, you got to give her the time, right? Like, she has valuable information. I absolutely wanted to speak with her. I'm so grateful that we were able to have that conversation. Grammy, you don't have to have any subscribers to go live if you use StreamYard. If you use YouTube, they've changed it so much. I think it's either 100 or 500 to go live on your phone. But if you use StreamYard, you don't have to have a certain amount of subscribers. And StreamYard had a free version. I don't know if they still do or not. I saw somebody ask earlier how much StreamYard was, if it was up to 100 yet. It's not up to 100 yet. Knock on wood. It's $45 a month right now for the plan that I'm on. But then they have another plan that's like $90 a month. So it just depends. But if you want to pay for like the backgrounds, the overlays, like what's on the screen right now, to be able to do that stuff, then the cheapest version of the paid version is $45. The free version, you could only have 20 hours per month that you could stream, I'm pretty sure. But I don't know if they still have it or not. OBS is $100? What? Not Streamlabs. I think Streamlabs is like $27 a month. Like, it's cheaper than StreamYard. I know that for sure. But I'm not paying for it until I can figure it out. You know, like, I need to figure out the basics on the free part of it before I'm going to pay any money on it. I'm already paying $45 a month for StreamYard, and I don't even go live every week or every month sometimes, you know, and I still pay for StreamYard even if I don't use it. So I have to quit paying to run my channel. I got to start, you know, figuring this stuff out and go live more. What kind of salt are you supposed to clean rocks with? Mona, I don't clean rocks with salt. You mean crystals? And Grammy, once I'm able to actually sit down and have time to make a few different videos about like how to start your channel, I will definitely do something, because I still haven't been able to hook up with Lisa Kay. She and I haven't talked since that night she came up on panel. Tammy is getting StreamYard down now on how to share screen and stuff. So, you know, Tammy's definitely making progress, but I would like to make like a little how-to video, but rock salt. Crystals. So I just use cold water depending on what, like my selenite, you can't get it wet, or you're not supposed to get it wet because it can dissolve. But I will rinse mine with cold water. Anytime I get new crystals, I always wash them with cold water and set my intentions in them. So then I also try to put them outside under the moonlight for at least one night. Full moon would be best, but I try to at least set them outside once a month once I've had them for a little while. But I know anytime that I do use any type of salt, I use the pink Himalayan salt because I've heard that that's like the best. That has its own energy in it too. So someone was just saying yesterday it was $100. Oh my goodness. I hope not. Maybe that's one of the other plans. Because I heard it was like 20 something dollars. Because it was like supposed to be half the price of StreamYard. Right. Moonlight and fresh air. Yep. I run it under cold water and like set my intentions in the crystal because I have lots of different crystals. So each one I pick for a specific intention. Yes, the Himalayan salt Rockstar. Hi, Rockstar. And I do use Dawn dish soap, Detroit, on my crystal bowls. So I can't turn my camera on. Obviously, you saw what happened. I tried to do that last time. But I have 3 labradorite crystal bowls, and 2 of them are the same size. I think they're 2.5 inch, 3 inch, something like that. And then I have one that's bigger than that. It's a 1/2 inch bigger. So 3 inch or 3.5 inch. Those I use Dawn dish soap on because I know that they're solid stones. They're not going to deteriorate when they get wet. And I use the Dawn dish soap because I use them a lot. So I get the gunk off of them, and then I let the cold water run over them, set my intentions, and then do the moon. You saw them last time, Mona? I'm glad I was able to do that. What do you use a tumbler for when it comes to rocks? Kelly, I have never used a tumbler, but it's supposed to polish the stones. So, like, it's supposed to, like, if you put them in a tumbler, it's supposed to take the rough edges off and make them more smooth. I don't know if it makes them shiny or not, but I know it's supposed to make them smooth. But I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. Grammy, my labradorite is my favorite crystal. I have so much labradorite. Oh my goodness. I've shared pictures of my big chunks of labradorite in my Facebook group. If you're not a part of my Facebook group, you should probably try to join it. I'm trying to be more active in it, but it's, it's one of those things. If I don't write it down, I forget. And when I write it down, I forget. So, I'm trying, I promise. But hopefully Nightbot will wake up to drop the link for the Facebook group, and make sure you answer the questions. There's like 3 questions. Just answer them so I know that you're a real person and not a troll or a bot or, whatever. And request to join. And you're a member. So Grammy, you probably saw the big pieces then. I took good pictures of those. Like every crystal has so much depth, and I don't know. I just love the natural part of the crystals. And the biggest chunk of labradorite that I have, it's so gorgeous. But there are 3 heads in that stone. 3. One is a female. Like from the side, it looks almost like a schoolgirl silhouette. Like her hair's up in a bun, and it's a profile, a side view, and it's a silhouette. It's so cute. Right, Rockstar? The blue Dawn dish soap. Now, we have to be specific. It has to be blue. The green doesn't work as well. The clear doesn't work as well. The blue is the bomb diggity. Okay? Okay. So, All right, you guys, it's 6:15 in the morning for me. So I got to end this. We're at 5 hours that I've been live tonight. And we're definitely going to do a part 2 on this because I want to finish reviewing, or maybe not even, we may do a part 3 because I want to get through the whole interview. So I'm going to try to do more than one live stream this coming week. I know I'm going to be live on Friday night to do part 5 of Summer Wells' timeline. And then Tammy will be live either Tuesday or Wednesday night. And whatever night she's not live, then I will try to come live, but it's a school night, so I can't stay up until 6 in the morning that night. So, but we'll do part 2 of this. So sometime during the week, midweek, we'll do part 2. And then Friday is summer. No, Grammy, I do not use Canva to make videos. I only use Canva to do my thumbnails and my presentations that I share during my live streams. I use Power Director to do all of my videos. All of them. Even my backgrounds that you see here. Look, you want to see my other backgrounds? Look. So we have this one. The moon and the butterflies. Good vibes only. Then we have the fairy eyes. You need to move me. Move me. Now I'm in front of the moon. Nope, that just made me bigger. Okay, we'll put me back over here. Then we have the Skelly Campground. This one I can go up there. And then we have law enforcement going to the haunted house. It's supposed to be changing. It's not changing yet. Come on. There it goes. You can tell I like Jack Skelly, right? Power Director is it's an app. I'm pretty sure it's on Apple also, but I know it's on Android because that's what I have. And it's also a website. The website is really hard to use. It's more like OBS confusion. It just meaning there's a bunch of stuff there that it's hard to use for me because I'm so used to make every video on my channel I've made on my phone. Every single video that is on my channel, I have made on my phone. All of my backgrounds made on my phone. I am not a computer person. This is my squad goals, but I can also put myself on the TV screen. Ooh! And the Spideys. And then this is my psychic room. And Kelly, I'm glad that you caught us also. I'm so grateful that you came in tonight. Seriously. Oh, look, Detroit has used a Tumblr. Thank you, Detroit, for sharing your knowledge. Then we also have my pink. This was my Halloween background. So, and then I have my end background. This is what we end with. May you have the kind of day that karma fills you've earned. And then we have our break time background. We'll be right back. Witchy Mama, are you trying to get me to sing? Girl, don't do that. My throat is so raspy right now. I've been talking for 5 straight hours. I can't do it. I just can't do it. So I use Power Director for that. And then I also do it for like certain things like these videos. The Welcome to the Squad video when somebody joins the membership. I made that on Power Director, and I'm just playing little bits of it. Then if somebody would buy a gifted membership, then this is one of those videos that I made. And then I have the thank you video, the new thank you video. And then I have, if we need a break, like I need to run to the potty and I'm up here by myself. So those are just some examples of the things that I've made. One of my favorite ones, I haven't played this one for a while. I need to start doing this. And this is all on Power Director. Every single thing is on Power Director. This is my panel welcome video. And this will be the last one that I'll play until I play my outro. Okay, I lied. I want to play one other one. I made a troll video and I freaking love it. I'm going to play the troll video and then we're going to wrap this one up. Okay, does that sound good? Here we go. I love this video. Don't feed the trolls. We don't, knock on wood. We don't have to worry about trolls coming in here because we don't do drama. And usually trolls don't like drama-free live streams. But if they did come in, I would play this video.
And probably the most important thing, ever feed him after midnight.
And that's my troll video. I love my troll video. You guys are great. Thank you for amusing me. I added some new ones in here, but we haven't had the reason to play them yet. They're pink flags because, I don't do red flags. I do pink flags. We have a pink flag emoji for the members. Oh, I got to give the other memberships away. I got to do that. Let me see.
The only thing you should be following is the law, pal!
That guy's great. I need to get his channel link and put it in the description box because that guy, he has a channel and he tells like funny stories, but they're usually red flag related. And he has that ginormous red flag, and I love it. And welcome to the squad. We got Kelly Dime, Kind Kim, Millie RN, Bobby Ray, and Ta. Ta was in here earlier. I hope she's still here. And Kelly Dime, woo woo. Kelly Dime's been in here rocking with us. And Millie RN. I love me some Millie RN. I don't know who Kind Kim is, and I don't know who Bobby Ray is. But hopefully they'll get the notification that they got a free membership on my channel, and they'll come and check us out, and they'll join us. Whoop, whoop. Welcome to the squad. We can shake our booty. One more video before we roll out. Two, and wow. I like the way you work it. No diggity. I got to bag it up. Come on, y'all. I like the way you work it. No diggity. I got to bag it up. The real Gemini, no lie, number 7. How you doing? And this is one that I made recently too. There's no sound to that one. That one's just the visual, no audio. So I think that's it. All right. So we're going to get ready to wrap it up. I got to find my outro video here. And yeah. I thank you guys so very much for coming in tonight and hanging out, chilling, relaxing, drama free. Okay, I know drama is fun sometimes, but drama free is also fun a lot of the times, right? We had fun tonight, right? I had a great time tonight. I am so thankful that you guys came in and hung out. And does that mean you can't eat? What, Detroit? Girl, you can eat. Are you talking about the trolls eating after midnight? Don't feed them after midnight. You're not a troll. And if you are, you're a good troll. You can eat all the ice cream you want. I know you came in at the end, but I promise it's a good rewind. Okay. There weren't a whole lot of squirrels. We were focused on the interview. So Brandon Shurtliff's girlfriend, possibly soon to be ex-girlfriend, came on panel with Samantha on PNW Crimes channel. I'm going to put her link in the chat again. Make sure you're subscribed to her, because she's also going to have Brandon Shurtliff's previous boss, previous employer, who spoke with law enforcement in March, like recently. And he's going to come on and share some deets also. So make sure you're subscribed. Ring a ding her bell so that you'll be notified when she goes live. And we're going to do a part 2 because we only got 13 minutes into the interview. Tammy came on and we were doing it together. And then Samantha joined us on panel. And then Tammy said she had to be up at 7. Like, Tammy's about to be up in her time, it'll be an hour and a half. Because it's 6:30 in the morning here. Ooh, me. Mimi needs to get some sleep because my GBB is going to be awake early in the morning in like 4 hours. And Mimi's going to be like, no, go back to sleepy. And she's going to say, And I'm going to have to listen. And I'm going to have to get up because that's how it works. Anyway, so we're going to do part 2 and we're going to review more of this interview. It's 2.5 hours long, so we probably won't get through it in a part 2. So we may need a part 3, but it definitely needs to be reviewed. We need to talk about Monkey Michael Vaughan. His case needs to be shared more. There are many things happening in his case right now behind the scenes. They are working on things that hopefully we will have arrest very soon. very, very soon. So we already found out that law enforcement showed up to Misty's house to offer Brandon a golden platter deal. That's what that's the wrong. That's what we've learned so far. There's a lot more. I'm going to put this back up here so we have Monkey's face on the screen. So we also found out that she was pregnant and miscarried. And she wasn't just pregnant with one baby, there were two. So she miscarried twins. Brandon is not staying at her house right now. And he didn't know at the time when she did the interview that she was going to do the interview. He knew after, but he didn't know then. So we still have a lot more, because I just heard a little bit more, and I know that it's big stuff coming up. Okay, so we need to finish watching it. So we're going to do a part 2 and probably a part 3. Okay, and Friday night, Summer Wells timeline part 5. And I'm sure Tammy will be live in there somewhere too. Make sure you're subscribed to both of Miss Tammy's channels. Oh, that's the Cash App. Sorry. There's Tammy's channels. Make sure you subscribe to both of her channels. She'll be live on her true crime channel, probably Tuesday or Wednesday night. And then we've talked about trying to get back on her tarot channel too. So thank you, Mona. I appreciate you. I'm going to have 3 in my grand. Oh my goodness, the GBBs are so fun. Oh, they're so fun. Samantha is great, right? Who was the young man found? Yeah, well, it's a 5-hour stream, but I would recommend rewinding this one. Like sometimes I'm like, yeah, no, wait for the timestamps and I'll put them in later and then rewatch later. But this one was really good. Like Samantha and Tammy and I, we talked when Sam first came up on panel, and then Tammy had to leave because she had to get up early this morning. The birds are chirping here. I hear the birds chirping. And then Samantha and I continued to talk, and it was just a great conversation. We talked about Monkey's Case, the majority. There was a couple squirrels in there. We talked about notebooks. But other than that, the majority of what we talked about was Monkey's Case. So I would say everything, the majority of it up until like right before the end, we were focused on just his case. So it'll be a good rewatch. Definitely. So Sean Coach was found. He was missing for 13 days. Oh. Right, I know. The live chat's where it's at. I'm telling you. I know. I get it. But if you want to learn more about the current things that are happening in Monkey's Case right now, the first hour, I think, we kind of reviewed things. And then, so if you wanted to skip to like the 1 hour mark and then start there. But if you want a refresher or, learn things that I have on my channel, maybe you haven't seen some of the things I have on my channel, it's up to you. Watch it on 2 times speed. Skip right through. I'm not a super speed talker, so you can watch me on 2 times speed and shorten it up. So you had to tell his mom? Oh, the real Gemini. Oh my goodness. That is awful. Oh my goodness. You guys will all be in my prayers. His family and everything. I do too. I have premium and I've been watching things on 3 times speed. My husband hates it. He's like, how do you hear it when it's going that fast? Thank you, Grammy. Thank you. It was great having all of you guys here in the chat too. Great insight. Definitely rewatch if you missed it. Whoop, whoop. Three times speed is amazing. Like premium YouTube better keep the 3 times, 4 times speed option available. I love it. I love it. Hopefully they won't take it away. Because right now it's just in the beta, you know. So, all right, I'm done. I'm starting to get loopy. I'm tired. My eyes are getting heavy, and I gotta go. We don't need to make the live stream any longer than it already is. It's already over 5 hours long. So people might watch the replay. I love you guys so much. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. And I'm going to go ahead and say it here, but it's also in my outro. May you have the kind of day that karma feels you've earned. And until next time, I love you bunches. Well, that's all I have for you for this stream. Thank you so much for being here tonight. I know we don't discuss rainbows and puppies, so it's hard to hear this stuff. It's unfortunately the reality of the wicked world we live in, and these are the monsters that walk amongst us. The positive side is, not only do we get the honor to share a victim's face, life, and story, but we get to learn from these cases. We get to learn about the red flags in each and every case. This collection of red flags will help us keep our families safe because we'll be able to detect dangerous people and situations much better. We have the privilege to learn from these cases. Now, a few thank yous are in order. Please thank our mod squad for keeping our chat running smoothly and respectful. Welcome again to all of our new squad members. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you to each one of you who sent a super chat or gifted a membership to help our squad grow. Thank you to the very special people who sent me a tip on Cash App or who bought me a coffee. You keep me going, and I appreciate your support so much. I appreciate each one of you for being here tonight and for smooching the thumbs up, even the lurkers who don't chat, although I do wish that you would consider chatting next time we don't bite too hard. Now, if you're watching the replay, thank you so much for watching till the end. Make sure that you leave a comment with the hashtag SSSquad so that I can personally thank you in the comment section. May you have the kind of day that karma feels you've earned. And until next time, I love you bunches.